Welcome to our latest attempt to see if I still remember how to play Mario Maker. Today we're going to be going through some of the levels that we did not complete from previous lists of viewer submissions in the past week or two. And following that, if any time permits, we'll be bringing in a couple of levels from my own followed list, since it's been a while since I've had a chance to catch up with some of the makers that we regularly feature here. So today we'll be starting with PP69 by Luca. This is a long, multi-part clear condition level, and we previously cleared the first section, but nothing passed the practice pipe. Tub and Chub, incidentally, welcome. Tub and Chub, if you are still here after I complete this one, we may bring back the Yoshi puzzle as well, since I may be somewhat more awake than when I previously attempted it. So we'll see how things go, though, because this one might take a little while, and I certainly want to get it done. So back to the long-awaited sequel to Pow Pow 69, a collaboration between Luca and Meng. And just for reference in the chat, I'll punch in the level code in case we need to refer to it later. Let's hit those 69 P-switches. Okay, like I said, I did previously clear the first section, but we'll just kind of get warmed up and see if we can do it again before we practice part 2, just so I can get back into the flow of this thing after having been away from it for the better part of the week and losing all of the muscle memory that we developed over the course of the previous attempt. Yeah, you need to activate the mole in that column fairly early. And then we'll just learn this step by step. Okay, here we are. And let's see. Yeah, Tub and Chub, I did previously finish the POW version of this one, which was by Meng69. And we started this one last week, and of course it was, as the description said, very much a sequel. But with a couple of important changes. Oop. And I'm just kind of rereading this since we did develop a couple of optimizations along the way, but I have to pretty much get them all back just to redevelop any of the techniques that we had eventually converged upon. It'll come back to me slowly, I'm sure. I'm very much out of practice with Mario Maker in general, and I think it is showing sometimes mechanically. But regardless. Okay. And that was a major sign that I was quite behind on the auto-scroll pacing. I did have a fair bit of trouble with the Piranha Plant column before, but that time around I think it was just much too slow with everything else leading up to it. I definitely come up with a couple of tricks previously to speed up through various segments. Whoops, that's a big miss. And unfortunately, without a thwomp, you can't really proceed past a certain point here, since you do need the thwomp to drop one of those P-switches later on. Anyway, let's get back and see what we can do. Now let's get back in. Oh, whoops. Trying to stand still there under that question block, but that's one too many failed adjustments. That did not go so well. Love how the introductory 69 actually lights up once you start to hit the P-switches. And toggle the P-blocks. That's a nice little aesthetic touch that we previously hadn't really made an explicit note of, I think. Anyway, back over we go. Okay, timing area at least is doing alright. I should not be going up through that cloud. It was something that struck me as suspicious previously as potentially some kind of secret location, but that was actually a bit of a trap that time. I'd noticed that cloud before, and I believe that's the first time I'd actually gone up that spot, but I believe that's just a drop location for the elements involved here. And once again, we'll need to make a few minor changes. I'm letting up on a dash over here with this row of question blocks, so we don't overshoot or have too many momentum issues as we turn back to the left. Whoops, that's a miss. Really can't afford the loss to the auto-scroll pacing that comes from just missing a jump like that. That's definitely an issue. So let's pop this, and up we go again. Okay, salvage that one. The important thing here is just to spawn a mole as early as possible, and then let's see about this guy. And here we are. No serious timing issues here, at least. Interestingly enough, I probably could have made that without the use of the spring, but that's probably not how it's tuned, so we'll just go back there and we'll try to figure out what else we can do to fix it up. Okay. Back we go. Almost getting ahead of that there. Yeah, only need to hit that 5 times and then slide right off that P. That was one important adjustment. And then, oh no, we needed to bounce this P on top. And that cloud on the top left is probably important, but we missed it. So we had 27 out of here, I believe that's correct. But I don't quite remember. And yeah, see that yellow pipe there? There is a secret that... no, that's just a practice pipe, never mind. Not a secret after all. No, we needed to hit that block, rather hit that shell across the gap. Let's actually go through the practice pipe now that we've cleared the first segment with 27, so we should have 42 if we start with the practice pipe here. And yeah, no, I had the right interaction, I just didn't have the right timing. Because I saw that you are supposed to use the shell, kick it across the gap, and then use it to bump the P upwards, so you can use it as a P-jump platform. Right idea, once again, wrong timing. So we'll just learn it. Didn't take too long to recover the first segment at least, once I got a couple of the timing straightened out. Alright. No, obviously you're supposed to dunk the pea on top of the muncher, and then the muncher on claw works as a platform for the pea to sit on top of once you do that. And we'll see how we can make that work. Yep. Whoops. Missed the pea jump. Notice that 5 stacks of pea... 5 stack of pea blocks, rather, or pea switches. That will be coming up fairly soon as another kind of compression mechanism. Nope, missed the jump. Yeah, you're supposed to compress all those, jump off that pea onto the next pea. Oh, and then what? I think you were supposed to just run into the sideways springs to hit the peas on ground level and then bounce back before the munchers do anything to you. We'll see. I don't exactly know how that interaction is going to go yet, so we'll have to actually see it. Tons of variety with each of these obstacles, as you can see. Oh, whoops, it's overshot. Yeah, you do need to kind of hug the wall and then just drop. And then, let's see if this works the way I think it does. Yeah, it does. So the reason dry bones is there is so you don't land on that pea in the middle right away, I think. We'll see how that works. Oops. Also, if you look at some of the decoration here with the hard blocks that are up top, I actually wonder if that's a reference to some escape room code that we would have previously seen. I somehow suspect it might be. Can't be accidentally arranged, I don't think. Anyway, let's pop this. Pop this over. Okay. Whoops, no, you're supposed to go over and then back and then... Actually, probably back and then forward so you don't run into trouble with the auto-scroll. Suzuki, welcome. I'm not sure that it would be from the 6YM Tetris level, but I am thinking about what else it could be from. I'm thinking back to the... I don't know if you played the Mang Tower Escape with the cat chasing the laser pointer. Might be something from that. But, whoops. So I'm thinking here, whether I should go left first or right first. Momentum-wise, it makes more sense to go right first, I think. Whoops. But yeah, it does look like it's a reference to some kind of escape room, doesn't it? It can't just be random space filler. These makers are much too precise to do that. Okay, down we go. Oh, too low. That's okay, let's keep going so we can flow this timing here. Yeah, so I should do a little P-jump there. I can't just slip off of it, but I do have enough auto-scroll time to go right side and then left side. And that seems to be the optimal thing to do in terms of not having to slow myself down with a change of direction anywhere other than the spring. Whoops, nope, missed a practice pipe. Let's do it again. It's a fairly high clear rate on this level, in fact. It's still over 1%. Whoops. And like I was saying, the first section did go a lot smoother than I expected. B. Suzuki, you'd think it says boob. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. That would thematically fit in with this level, I'm sure. Anyway. Actually, you know what? I think you're right. If I think back to the Tetris level, I think you're right. Yeah, because the Tetris level, some of the block arrangements kind of resembled the actual characters, right? So I remember that the square actually was the O, and that the B character showed up because it said boss at the end when you fought the Tetris music boss. And so I'm glad we solved this little mystery in the course of playing this level. I'm sure the makers will appreciate that we managed to pick up on that little detail. You see, this is why B. Suzuki is the master secret solver. Picking up on little things like that. Anyway, let's pop back in here. And down we go. Okay. Whoops. Not quite. If you recall correctly, one of Meng's YMM levels had boobies as a secret using the same code. I think so, actually. I'm trying to remember what that was, but I believe I did find that. And we had solved that previously. It seemed like there were so many Meng levels. Well, no, 3 of them, I think, in 5-6 YMM. And I did do 100% on all of those as well, so... Anyway, let's go over here. And over here. Very satisfying to actually hit that when I managed to do it. Whoops. A little too high there. I can't just slip off, though. I do have to slow down a little bit going down to that P, and I do have to get a bit of a bounce off of it. Yes, the Win one, which also had the dead end for one of the secrets. Which was still worth it. Yeah, no, I remember the part of the Win level now where that was located. So. Okay, let's do this again. Losing a little bit of time there, but I think we're still okay in terms of the auto-scroll, given that here, this part after the dry bones kind of limits how fast I can go anyway. I can't really go faster than the auto-scroll on the right side in that location. So my pace through the level is going to be constrained in that back and forth location over the dry bones. And that's okay, it tells me that currently I am on pace in this section. Now we're still just doing the practice run in this section. Like I said before, we should wind up with 42 Ps if I reach the goal from the midpoint. Whoops, missed that. And if I miss it, I should still try to scout ahead slightly. So let's see. Oh, whoops. I do expect this one will take a bit of time to crack. I remember when I played Pow Pow 69 that when I had a second sitting with it, it actually went much faster than I expected. But that was one level where if you get the hang of it in the first half, the second half is really not too much of an issue. I'm hitting the jump button a little bit early on those dry bones and failing to get the bounce, so not quite timing that accurately. It's probably because I'm still thinking in P-jump mode, and the P-jump timing isn't quite the same window, I don't think. That's just doing a regular enemy bounce, which is, if anything, much easier to execute, which I can just hold jump into it. Too much of a bounce. But I do need to bounce, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can try it the other way too, just trying to run over it, but I think I had an attempt previously that went like that, which didn't go too well. Because I do need to cut momentum a little bit to fall onto that P in the middle, once the dry bones have been taken out of the way. Okay, there we go. There we go, just a nice short jump there. I feel like I was supposed to... Oh, probably a mole here, right? No, it's just a claw drop. Claw drop on a P, okay. I just didn't read that very quickly, but it is quite obviously a claw drop on the P. And then... let's see what we can do here. Whoops, not quite. Nope. We're probably going to have some attempts that go like that once we put the whole thing together and start with the first half. But we'll get there eventually. Just need to get this half down very fluently. Yeah, hold jump into the dry bones. Short jump over here, drop on the claw. Okay, I see. Yeah, the P releases it. I wasn't quite sure about that going into that the first time, but now that we've seen it, I think I do have a good idea of how that's going to go. Oops. Missing the P-jump once again. Yeah, no, the issue with the dry bones earlier was that I was still thinking about it like a P-jump and releasing too early. Instead of just holding all the way, as I should be with any ordinary enemy bounce, like that one. So let's keep going. Okay. Oops. Lost a little bit of time there just from stalling. Okay. All the way down that stack. I feel like I am supposed to hit something here. Ah, okay, okay. I didn't understand it the first time, but... I see, I'm supposed to hit both of these in order to land this over here, and then... Otherwise... There's a lot to understand about this level that we have not actually seen yet. Oh, here's the Mang face. Look at that, you get to punch Mang in the eyes. And then there's a whole chain up here, which we're not able to get because I've missed a lot of interactions up to this point. You're supposed to send something all the way up here, I guess, or possibly land one of the trampolines in this location. And oh, no, never mind. I see, and then you're supposed to P-jump up towards the pipe. So that was 34 out of 69. We missed 8 in that section just by not understanding any of those mechanics in the middle section. We'll go back there and we'll try it. And yes, the wiggler part is indeed very cool. Definitely unexpected at first because I'm not really focusing on the Wiggler my first time there when I'm just diverting my attention to the P-switches instead, so... But it's a fun little interaction to raise the ceiling above it and let it start bouncing around. That particular Wiggler mechanic feels like a reference to another older level as well. I've played so many of them at this point, that, by both Mang and Luca, that I have to keep them straight in my head, but it is a Wiggler mechanic we've seen before in some other context. Now let's... whoops. Yeah, not great. That's gonna be a miss. That's okay. We'll try to go a little further and just understand what... whoops. Some of the later sections will be. Now, I should go straight up on that jump, and it'll still land me cleanly above the Wiggler. At least it should, I think. So, let's just pop this again and see how we do. Alright. Down we go. And then bounce onto that guy and this guy. Short bounce over here. Straight up is fine. Now. Yeah, no, the first bounce is supposed to get me up to the top P. And then you hit that one, and then... okay, that sorts out those two. As long as you land a spring in that location, things are fine. Interesting interaction there to bounce the trampoline into position. Because it's a bit of a time-sensitive, objective-based mechanic that is not one of the clear condition objectives, at least not directly. And so you kind of need to understand that on the fly. And, we should be able to sort that out before too long. Yeah, interesting use of the one-way panel there, too. Kind of enforced that. Whoops, nope. A little bit late on the P jump, once again. Nope, too late on that one, too. Let's see if we can understand what's going on with the thwomp here. Ah, no, I see. You need to move the thwomp and then punch the P switch on top of it. I don't understand. Oh, I see. You jump on top of that one and then it's the mole. Okay, okay, I get it. I think I understand at this point what to do with each of these P switches mechanically, but we'll see how they weave into the auto-scroll timing when I actually hit all the targets. Grokowski, welcome. Grokowski, we did a decently big catch-up of a few of your recent uploads not long ago, maybe a week or two ago. I haven't been on that much with Mario Maker recently, though. And I think I hadn't played the Giant Peach level. Because I know that one was a re-upload, but I'm not sure or at least I think it was a re-upload. But I don't think I ever played the original either. Unless I'm misremembering it completely. But we did finish up some of the other recent ones. Anyway, I hope you've been doing well. I don't know if you've been able to keep up with the puzzle streaming much yourself. I noticed that's a low-budget contest that's been going on, of course. And we've had a particular duel with one of the submissions that's being prepared for it. Rather a blind spot that I just missed over and over on about 4 separate streams. But we'll probably solve that one today. I think I know what I missed. There we go. Okay. There we go. Nope, too late. Let's try to see if we can do the rest of this. So we should be missing 2 at the end. Okay. Now you need to... Oh, let's check the top here, actually. Oh, look at that. Interesting secret. I was quite happy with that. I'm glad we checked for that. Also, I forgot to head to the second half. And okay, the peach level is brand new. Alright. If it actually is one big reference to Roald Dahl, my memory may have to use a little bit of recovery to completely pick up on a reference, but you know, a giant peach is a giant peach. How complicated can that be? But yeah, I've really not been able to spend much time on Twitch lately myself. I'm hoping to pick it up a bit over the next few weeks, but we'll see. Nope, missed it again. So let's miss these 2. Nope, too low, so we're going to be 3 down. That's okay. I still need to figure out how to do the pipe exit at the end. It's going to be a P-jump at the bottom of that big stack. That's right before the mole surprise. I remember Lucas said that there was one secret in particular that I would be entertained to find. And given our history here on this stream with having interesting encounters with Monty Moles lately, let's say that. Okay, I'm still late on that block. I've only been able to do it successfully once. I wonder if we had found the one that Luca had in mind. Nope, have to get a bit more height in that. So we missed 3 switches here. Let's just make sure that we have an accurate count. So we should be at 39 at the end of this stack. Okay, good. I like this little ledge here, hidden under the one-way panel. That's very useful. So we should hug the wall in that location. Ah, 38. So we're missing the last piece, which that is above the flag. Okay. One-way panels over to plants. Now, why would we want to mess around with that? Because those give you a bunch of pows. And does that do anything useful for me? We need to hit that. Or, well, yeah, we can just hit this P, I guess, but... Ah, the P is supposed to be just out of reach, I think, and then we just do an edge jump like this and hope we don't ram the spike. Perhaps. Oops. So we missed 3 switches in this section, but I think at this point we've seen enough of the level that we can probably start from the beginning without doing the training pipe. Assuming I know how to get this last bit here. Oops. And that's a big assumption, as you can see. A big assumption. Alright. Maybe we just need a little bit of P speed here. Nope. There we go. So that's how it'll go eventually. Now, let's start over and see if we can put the whole thing together. Still... no, I said start over and put the whole thing together. Brain says one thing, fingers do another. Anyway. Pretty reasonable level, actually, I think. We've figured out all there is to see in terms of the standard interactions. There are some secrets worth checking for, of course, like the cloud near the end of this section. Nope. Nope, that was busted. That's okay. You know what? I am going to practice this area anyway, because I want to see if we can get on that cloud at the end. The one that's up here. Nope. It's alright, not a big deal. Yeah. Let's try to do the level for real this time. It's going to take a little bit of work here, but we'll learn it piece by piece. And down we go. And alright, hit some switches. Nope, missed that completely. We are going to go for the clear, so I'm not going to spend too much time on any attempts that we've already failed. Because at this point I know everything I need to know to do it. Okay, over here. Let's watch our timing in this location. Gotta be careful around the shell here, that's okay. Whoa, no, I knew we had a bit of a momentum issue. And going up that plant. It's okay. We'll stitch it together soon enough, I'm sure. Down we go. And we'll hit the P. Whoops. I think that might be the first time I died to that particular spike. I'm getting a little overconfident in that section, perhaps. As I was lunging to get within range of the thwomp, which has, in the past, been a bit of an issue when it comes to undershooting it. Whoa, okay. A lot of gems to clean up here, but we'll eventually try to make a good clean attempt. I'm trying to cut a few too many corners here, I think, when it comes to shortening a few jumps that we've been making. We'll just need to correct for that as we go. And then... okay, bop that. And let's see what we can do here. Great. Almost too late there, but not quite. Okay, pretty clean. Whoops. I think I do want to go left to right on that trampoline if I can, because otherwise the momentum correction is too much of a problem. Snow Bear, welcome. Snow Bear, hope you've been doing alright. With the maker streaming and everything else. And alright, let's see what we can do here. And we'll pop some peas. And then we need to get started on this one early. Over that lip. Okay, there we are, looking good. This attempt is going alright. 27 at this point, that's correct. And yeah, Snow Bear doing alright. I haven't really been able to stream very much lately, but hoping to pick that up again as we head into the summer. Had all these streaming ambitions going into 2022, and instead now I'm just staring at a massive backlog. That's how things go sometimes. Oh, whoops. Doing so well up to that point, 42 out of 69, and we had hit everything up to that point. That was just a bad bounce on the wiggler at the bottom of that stack. That's alright. We seemed relatively well practiced up to that point in the level, so... A lot of things going right, just not that critical moment. And then, here we go. Feels very smooth when you do it successfully. I spoke too soon. That's alright. Not too punishing. Just a minor correction to make when we estimate that landing. Might even want to let the thwomp back out a little bit before we go. That would involve hitting a moving target, but at least it's a moving target that gives me a bit more of a safety margin before I ram into anything hazardous. The auto-scroll does stop at that point since we are reaching the end of the scroll stop in this section, so we'll just adjust some timings accordingly to play it safe. Wow, that looked like it was supposed to be a hit. And it was not. It looked like it was so on target. And yet... Okay, I'll tap this. I'm going to jump after that P when it's in midair. Looked very fancy, only to squander it here because I didn't hug the wall for long enough to get the bounce at the very end. Alright, here we go. And down. A little bit too much momentum going over the edge that time. Now let's pop over here. Momentum control could have been a little bit better there, but we made it, so no complaints. Nope, too low. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that I had to tone down my streaming so much this year, given that it seemed like it's like the puzzle community in particular were really picking up again. Still a very active game, of course, just difficult to tell sometimes if you're not keeping up with new makers who are coming onto the scene or other activity that's not quite so obvious. Whoops. Not nearly enough momentum going up to the lower muncher. A lot of repairs to make here. Just a moment here. Okay. Yep, I just have to go mute for just a little bit. We'll try not to interrupt too much of the commentary. Anyway, let's pop back in. See if we can kind of regain the flow here after having had a very good attempt earlier that took me up to about 2/3 of the available Ps. We have seen the whole level at this point, it's just a matter of stitching it together as always. So let's see what we can do. Alright, pop this up. And this guy, difficult to time that one in the middle. But we got it. Thought I'd slip in that muncher there, but luckily not so much the case. And we're back on track. Alright, let's let the thwomp hit first. Let's not let the thwomp hit first. I thought I was being so clever there by letting it back up that time. Moving targets are perhaps not something we should be going for intentionally. Counter to what I was saying just a few attempts ago when we hit that spike. So, bad tactical adjustment there on my part. We'll rethink that completely and go back to the old way, just with a bit more accuracy. Alright. Yeah, as soon as the thwomp passes that central block, we're fine. And here, once you understand the flow of it, it actually tends to go rather well. We're going to acknowledge the raid in just a moment. Oh, whoops, I messed up the P. Let's acknowledge the raid now from Chichiri and the Octopus Cove. And yes, indeed, I'm sure that was a parallel construction or something very close to it. So, welcome everybody coming in to Gucherer, Effervescent Antelope, and of course Chichiri himself. Hope the stream has been going well for you over there. You were last playing Our Darker Purpose. I don't know if I even know what that is. But I hope that has been a lot of fun. Okay, let's pop this. And that. Oh, whoops. Oh, nope. That's going to throw off my timing a little bit here. I think we will not be able to get back on track. Not too much room for error here. I mean, it's flexible, but not enough for me to miss a jump completely. Okay, let's go this way. Pop this guy. And up we go. That was a good run. We've had better. Okay. Let's do this. We've gotten past this section a few times already. It is a lengthy clear condition level with a practice pipe in the middle, so... Okay, this time I like the positioning of that P. Let's tap it. 27 out of 69 is on pace. Let's go. And let's not choke too hard on this section here. Feels like I'm a little bit behind on the scroll pacing here, but we'll try to fix that up. Okay, looking good so far. But we've got to pay attention in this section, first of all. And this is the issue that I've been running into, this one right here. Actually, no, this spot right here is the problem. Okay, great, we actually got it. I probably should have done left side first, but that's okay. Nearly hit the spike. Whoops, no. Oh, I missed a block, okay. Too far behind the scroll pacing at this point, 55 out of 69. So it was probably one of those left-right movements where we picked the wrong direction. Because I should not be that far behind on the auto-scroll, and we've done a lot better in the past. That is, however, probably my cleanest attempt so far from the start. So, we'll try to make some improvements. Oops. Yeah, we're pretty far in. I feel like it is going to be approachable. Just a lot of little consistency issues, and also just, you know, when you're practicing this and you miss a few Ps, it's actually going to give you a much more lenient idea of the level than when you do hit every target. Since hitting the targets does cost you time on the auto-scroll, so... Sometimes when you accidentally skip one and you move on to the next element to practice, you are going to have a lot more headroom at your disposal than you would under actual circumstances, let's say. I'm a little behind on the scroll timing here relative to how I usually do, but we'll see how we can get back on track. Yeah, at this point the scroll is going to stop, so we'll be fine. 27. And let's get in position here. I slowed down a little bit with the first buzzy at the beginning of the second section, and that's a bit of an issue, in fact, because I think it costs me for the rest of that section if I take so long on it. Because that is a bit of a player-dependent timing in terms of the elements that are dependent on hitting buzzies in the first place, so... Whoops. Tegudra, you're out for the night, and yeah, this level is coming together. We've seen tougher, but it's taken a bit of figuring out along the way. Thank you for coming in, by the way, and I hope you enjoyed everything over on the Chichiri's stream as well, prior to this one, over at the Octopus Cove. Now let's see here. Okay. I didn't want to jump that one. I usually just fall right off the P, and it tends to be a much better timing. It's okay, we know that this timing here should be salvageable, so let's bump that P. Very good positioning this time. 2:13 on a clock. That's even better than usual, I think, by a second or two. Not that we're going for any kind of speed. But yeah, let's hit the buzzies early. Let's buy some time on a scroll. Until we hit this segment here, when getting ahead is no longer going to help me as much. Okay. Let's go this way. Yeah, going left in that segment is much better, I think. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Cleanest run yet up to that point, but then we were a little slow in that element because the dry bones needs to be in the upper position. That is the best attempt we've had. So, it's alright. That's actually the best I've ever done that middle section in the second half, in terms of hitting every target. We're just a little slow on the last one. And then paid the price. Yeah, I kind of did one too many hits on the question block at the Thwomp Drop section. Around where we were. I'll point that out when we get to it, perhaps. First half is going pretty fluently at this point. Now let's go quickly. Nearly got hit by the shell there, but luckily we didn't. Here we go. Whoops, missed that jump. Okay, not too costly. I still don't really know if, whoops, going left side first here is going to be the right call. Whoops, nope, that's a miss. Or rather, no, we were going right side first in this P. Yeah, no, we're actually losing too much time by going right side first on top of the trampoline that we bounce in position, because we are supposed to do the right side in one clean motion that takes me over instead of doubling back. So I should be going left side first, and then that's why I'm losing time on the scroll in that section. So that is going to be a minor tactical adjustment we need to make, even though previously it looked like doing right side first was still going to make it. We do need to go left first once we get there. And of course, bouncing the trampoline into position in the first place has been one of the trickier things about this level. One of the things I've been failing most often, at least today. So we'll try to get that in order. No, no, missed it completely. Doesn't happen that often. Our timings were looking so good up to that point too, so we'll see what we can do. Then there we go. Alright. That looks alright. Fall off this B, great. Had to project that to the right side. Everything here is looking pretty clean. 2:14 on the clock. Nope, wrong way. That's an awful way to die. But yeah, the faster I hit that first beetle and get under the first muncher in the second half, the better everything will go in that section. There's a lot that depends on that timing. Up until the point when the dry bones section kind of renormalizes the auto-scroll back to a controlled position. Okay. Looking good. Let's not speak too soon. That's looking great. Okay, let's lower this guy as soon as possible. Nice crisp little jumps here, and we'll hug that wall. There you go, very nice. This is the part that gets to scroll back on track. Nearly missed that wiggler there. Thankfully, not as much of a problem as I feared. Okay, this part. Nope, missed a block. Once again, hitting that second block for the lower bounce has been the hardest element today, I think. Surprisingly tricky. Alright, let's hit this. And back to the right. We'll pop this guy here. Oh, that looked like it was late, but thankfully not. Almost stepped in that plant. That was a little bit close, but we made it. I'm sure everybody's quite sick of the P-switch music by now. Oh, no, too low. Interesting that there's enough of this room for flexibility on a P-jump that it can make the difference between hitting that next switch or not. But we'll see if we can fix that promptly. Okay. Looking okay here so far. In general, the first section has actually gone quite well in this section. In this session, rather, with the level. Seems like I did learn it more fluently than I thought in the previous sitting that we had last week. A little slow in this section. Let's make up for lost time with some good jumps. That was not a good jump. We should cut corners there, but not that many corners. Now, here we go. Anyway, let's go back here. Nope. Missed a jump there for some reason. That doesn't happen too often. Not the most common mistake in that location. Now let's pop this guy. Okay, that's looking alright. Lost a lot of time there, but we should be able to make up for it. Not that far behind. All things considered. Yeah, once we get to this section, it's pretty much home free as far as the auto-scroll is concerned. So, that could have been worse. Had a few inaccuracies there, but not game ending. Nope. That, however, was not so great. Okay, let's try this again. And then, over here. That's looking alright. And that is also okay. No, I was not supposed to be in that location. That was wrong. Okay, we can do better than that. Let's try it again. Nope. Well, this may take a while. We haven't gotten too cleanly through the second half in quite some time at this point. Lots of room for improvement. Here we go again. No. Okay, here we are again. And that's alright. Same idea here. Yeah, the timing windows are actually fairly generous here once you understand what to do. Okay, let's not have a brain fart here with the P. And let's have a good second half. Okay, let's not cut this corner too tightly. That was a close one. Nice short bounce over there, that's going to be clean. I am doing the second bounce on a wiggler because that does make things a little more lenient. Okay. Got it. No. Hang on. We're messing this up. Can we get back on track? Nope, we can't. At that point, the dry bones is too low. Okay, that time the main crux of the problem was with the trampoline. Once we got it into position, I didn't land accurately to make it go left, and we just lost too much scroll time afterwards. You do have to be quick, because the dry bone timing is going to be the thing that enforces your pace at the end of that subsection. So, because the flying dry bones is going to scroll in at a certain column, and if you reach it too late, it just keeps on sinking. It doesn't come back up in time. So unfortunately, too many mistakes there from going left first, and that slowed me down by so much that it was equivalent to the time that we went right side first and found the timing window wanting. Okay. Nope, missed. Anyway. Here we go. Trying to follow a flying target there, just to save a little bit of extra time. And it worked out in the end. That did not go well. This P deciding to bounce off there in that location. That usually doesn't happen. It seems to be what happens if I bump that P when it is in the middle of its descent. I think that only happened once previously on the last stream last week when I was playing this. And it's the first time I've seen that interaction today. Well, we'll see what we can do to avoid it. Need to hit this quickly enough, I think. Have that land cleanly. This looks alright. And that's clean. Let's see about this section. Was a little worried about my timing there, but we made it. Oh, almost bumped my head there and fell into the pit, but... Oh. Hey, salvaged. Okay. Just barely. That could have gone quite badly. There we go. Finally. Missed. Bang, welcome. That was our second best attempt, I think. So you came in at an excellent time to watch me choke. We're just off-center on that bounce off the big mole, as you can see. We also found the mole secret, by the way, at the end of section 2, in the top right. And Mang, earlier in the stream, with the assistance of B. Suzuki, we also figured out the escape room text that's at the start of section 2. Not the first time we've seen that particular reference. And I did remember that from a very similar secret in the past as well. So lots of progress today, just not all of it towards clearing the level. How did that P not hit? The timing seemed right, it just seemed to bump right off the thwomp. Interesting. How did that not activate? We'll look at it afterwards, or really just forget about it and run the level again. You're saying nice? Yeah, that's pretty much been the de facto reaction to this entire level, so... Anyway, back we go. Section 2. Very front of the thwomp doesn't work for that reason. Yeah, I don't remember I ran into that in the thwomp puzzle, but... now that you mention it, I don't think it's the first time I've seen that interaction before. Okay. Yeah, because it's interesting that the collision happened, but not the activation. Anyway. Back we go. Was worried about my shell positioning there, but we made it. I also tried to poke around at this cloud that's on the left side here, but we haven't actually made it up, and I don't think I can, so... Whoa, no. Awful timing. Absolutely dreadful timing on that jump. Okay. Let's try it again. And here we are. First section is going well, at least. I spoke too soon. Okay. Let's try this. And up we go. Oh, thought I'd step into Muncher there, but thankfully not. A little behind on the auto-scroll, but we did catch up. And yeah, Greg is indeed a collaborative level that was posted on Luca's account. And is indeed a sequel to Pow 69. I do have the code handy for people who came in late and wants to see this level, but let's see. And of course, this is not going to be re-uploaded anytime soon, given that, well, first of all, it's in good shape, and secondly, it was uploaded on the 9th of June. Very intentionally, I assure you. Although that's still not as fancy as the thing that we encountered with Pow 69, which was that when I first played it, the clear rate was exactly 0.69%. I lowered it, but it was artificially raised again from what I've been told. Anyway. Okay, up we go. Okay, let's not lose that P this time. A little bit behind. But we are back on pace. There we go. Oops. Off center on the pipe. Now, a lot of things can go wrong in this section, and have. Nope. I've been missing that jump lately, I don't know why. I didn't have any trouble with it until very recently. Just kind of slipping, I think. Whoops. No, let's start over. And Meng's going to be right back. Yeah, I'll still be here, I'm sure. I have seen the whole level at this point, but we are still some ways away from the clear, I'm sure. Oops. Really do have to nail the P-jump on top of that claw, or it will register as a complete miss. Nope. Okay. Couple of minor adjustments to make here, and then we'll pop this guy. Down we go. Okay, accurate for once. Whoa, missed a shell completely. Interesting that I had enough room to stand on the P-switches, but not hit the shell because it was too far to the right. First time I've seen that so far. Forward we go. And here we are. Okay, that's gonna pop. Not too early. Nope, there we go. Second time we've seen the P-bump today. In that location. Very difficult to intentionally avoid that when I'm just spamming to jump underneath. Whoops. Yeah, that one was not going to happen. So yeah, best one so far has been, I think, 57 out of 69. There's one spot that is very consistently giving me trouble, with cascading ramifications. Okay, let's see if we can do it. Yeah, I didn't need that extra jump there, but that's okay. We're not too far behind on time, I don't think. Or on the auto-scroll, rather. Alright, let's have another go at this section. After too many failed attempts. Nope, too early that time. After several attempts of being too late. Or at least not hitting the P-jump accurately. It's mostly just been not hitting the bounce on that particular P on its way up. That's been causing a bit of trouble for me. Was not previously a spot I was concerned about. But now it has become a bit of a newly emergent trouble spot. I'll have to account for accordingly. And let's see what we can do here. Up we go. Alright, everything here has been fine. Thought I was late on that P jump, but we managed to nail it. Okay, moment of truth number 1. There we go. Let's not squander it. Now here's the next bit that we need to worry about slightly. Which is... we'll get to it in just a moment. This bit here. Okay, left. Right. Great. You don't need to go that far to lower the claw. Great, best attempt yet. Now we need to make the pipe. This is on pace to be a clear. Now, like I said, we did activate the mole secret previously. We're not going to do it this time. There is the ledge under the pipe that allows me to pop out of here safely. Now let's not hit any of these guys. And then... there we go. That is the clear. Well, you look at that, we even like the level already in advance. Like it's a sign of trust. Look at the Samwell's comment here, PP69. He gives it a 69 out of 10. Critics are raving about the long-awaited sequel. One of them said it was nice. Yeah, and look at Mang's comment here. I don't know what that has to do with the P-switches, but oh, it looks like you're the bride, I think. Maybe so. I have to look at it sideways. Oh yes, beloved wife Maggie, that makes sense. Okay, thank you for that, Mang. Now in terms of the order here, Grakowski, if you're still here, I know you normally need to take off a bit early, so I might do Giant Peach first. I did tell Tub and Chub earlier I'd also fit in the Yoshi puzzle, but that might be something that takes a little bit longer, so we might do the Peach first. So let's see if we can load that up. As I dig through my massive pile. Yoshi and a Giant Peach. Root out the worm that infested Yoshi's prize-winning fruit. So yeah, we'll do this one first. We'll hopefully get it relatively quickly. Then we'll probably go back to the Tub and Chub Yoshi puzzle, and then I've got a couple of other things to deal in here. But let's take a look. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. A common enough objective. Oh, here's the Giant Peach. Nothing up here. It is built on a half screen, or is otherwise locked. Disappointed was no Giant Princess Peach in this level. Well, we'll see about that. I assume the boxes here are invisible blocks, but we don't know that for a fact. The spring on the top left looks like it potentially could be grabbed with a tongue. Looks like the wiggler is holding the key, and that perhaps we need to grab a spike ball and kill it. But then that would require me to get up here. So this got to be blocks, right? Yeah, definitely. But there is a reset on this. And we should be able to take this through. Except that doesn't actually give me the reset that I want. So and we can't reset through this. In order to get to the on-off switch, we have to come out here either by myself or... Let's see. No, actually, let's look at Yoshi's hatching location. Sorry, but Peach is another Peach. You know what? I can also just grab this from up top, perhaps. Or rather... What if I spat this and then jumped on it? Whoops. I think the answer is yes, but we'll need to manage it a little more delicately. Maybe spit it on the slope and then have it roll back. Like, spit it on the slope and roll it back gently. And then... Oh, that's not quite it. What a fake out. However, maybe, very possibly, we can do something else with that. Like spit it on the right side and then... nope, that's not going to work either. Let's see. Anyway, we know how to bounce Yoshi up to that top location. It really looks like I'm supposed to. Well, I mean, this is how to get out the locked door with Yoshi at least, so that makes sense. Okay, yeah, so you need to duck into that and then grab it. That should be able to get me something. Oh no, I just need to drop Yoshi on top of this, in fact. But then how do I get up there? We'll need to figure that out, because I can send Yoshi up, but I think I need to run him over by taking damage, perhaps. But then how do I do this and send Yoshi up here? Unless I spit a spike ball on top of it. Or do another series of up throws beyond that. Let's see. Anyway, we've made some progress. Like if we... Whoops. Think about what the potential trajectory could be. I mean, yeah, no, that's going to hit every time, so that's not going to be it. But if we take this, place Yoshi in such a position that allows me to kind of up throw into him. Or push him in. Like this. Not quite, but... Let's see, because it is going to be something that requires me to hit the on-off switch with a spike ball, I'm pretty sure. And to do that, I need it to maybe independently send Yoshi in a damaged state to run up here. Now, that wouldn't explain how I get up there myself. And in order to hit the on-off switch, Yoshi would also need to be holding a spike ball, so... At this location... Well, let's see, because I should be able to put Yoshi here. But the issue is that I can't follow him, I don't think. That it actually doesn't quite do the job either. So I'm holding the spike ball. I want to send Yoshi up top or send a spike ball up top, but if I send a spike ball up top, I would need to kind of roll it back towards the on-off switch. And I currently don't really see how to do that, but... yeah, without any kind of conveyor belt or something to give me a backspin. I mean, I can jump on top of a spring, spit a spike ball over to the right side, and then... like, spit like this. Then, directionally, that doesn't really do what I want, does it? Unless I find some way to reverse or block it. I feel like I might be on the right track, though. Or that you have some other kind of reversal involving the spike ball. No, you can't send a spike ball up through the middle, because if you spit it, it will hit. The reset door does look like a full reset. That's something that I won't be able to do much with. I mean, I can try to do the self-hit as Yoshi. It's more that I don't know how to get myself up afterwards. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I just used the spring myself. Yeah, no, I used the spring to send Yoshi up to the right side. I then used the spring to send myself up to the right side, so... it's totally doable. Except Yoshi would lose the spike ball. You know what? No, we'll do it this way. We'll send Yoshi up to this location. Yeah, no. I'm just missing a very simple step, which is you send Yoshi up, and then I just use the spring again to send myself up. Let's just reset. Dr. Duck, things are going well. Hope everything's all right with you. Always welcome to do a bit of a flyby. Anyway. Let's do the Yoshi spit here, and then do the weird swallow up here. There we go. Yeah, you kind of need a duck jump into it, and that's how you take that. Also, notice that with one spike ball rolling, you can actually swallow a second one as Yoshi, which is really important here, because it means I can place this. I can swallow a second spike ball, and then, whoops, didn't mean to hit that. I was about to say, and then take damage with this first one. Unfortunately, it's not going to position me accurately now. No, that'll work. That'll work. Oh, whoops. Let's be careful here. That went better than expected. Okay. Oh, nope. I needed to grab that. Yeah, I actually needed that spike ball. But that's okay, because the on-off switch state should remain. So, it does not. It resets. But we figured it out. It's just that I needed to grab the spike ball at the end. Okay. We actually do have the puzzle at this point. I just need to do it. And do it accurately. Yeah, you send that out, you grab a second spike ball, which is something I neglected. Whoops, let's be careful here. Yoshi's gonna bounce. I'm going to bounce as well, I think, which is bad. No, that's okay. We got it. Okay, let's bump him out. Now let's put this back. Grab this. And that should be correct. Nope. Let's not do that. So we need to not lose the second spike ball down below. That's not... Well, that was embarrassing. That's okay. That's fixable. That's fairly easily fixable, in fact. Except I need Yoshi to... Whoops. Never mind. Never mind. That's not... Let's just start over. Okay. Many things went suboptimally that time. It's alright. We have the general idea. I effectively have the solution. We just need to go through the usual half an hour of dying to execution mistakes. As expected. Yeah, let's set this aside first, then grab this so we don't need to fuss around too much. Then we place this without getting hit. And that would be rather important. I should have placed this a little further, in fact, so I could actually go down and get it afterwards. Oops. Let's not kill Yoshi. Yet. Let's not accidentally enter the reset door either. Okay, nice grounded roll. Yoshi needs some bowling practice, clearly. Alright, let's give myself a little bit of room here. Now we've got it. Yes, we do. I feel like there's probably a bonus objective for taking a spring through with you. Oh no, there isn't. But we can always check up here to see if there's anything. Yay! Okay. That's more like it. I was trying to sneak under to grab the Wiggler on the other side, but I don't think it was quite within reach. And Zucchini, welcome. Okay. Good little warm-up here. I'm going to dig up the Tub and Chub puzzle I was talking about, and we'll take a look at that. I was just a little too tired to play it last time, so let me dig around. See if we have the code. I think I might. Speaking of Yoshi puzzles, I believe this was also one in that category. And I'll paste the code in chat as well once we get to it, since I actually do have it written down. This is correct. One Screen Puzzler, Yoshi Dilemma. We didn't get very far, like I said. But I hadn't looked at this for very long at all, so let's see how we do with it today. Okay. We need to lower the thwomp at the very end. We need to... well, I need to kind of think about how we were doing this, because the objective is to get out the pipe in the bottom right, and to do that we get through the door in the top left. In order to do that, first of all, let's check what the spawn, spike ball, and then the bomb takes you through. Okay. You have access to the P-switch. You also have access to the spike ball currently. I think one of the things I was looking at previously was reversing the conveyor belt so you could just kind of trap the spike ball indefinitely in this location here. But in order to do that, we would need to get over to the on-off switch first. So... yes, and the note block above the thwomp seems to displace the thwomp. And the thwomp could be moved if you bounce on top of it, so that's one thing we'll keep in mind as well. You, in fact, need to displace the thwomp because otherwise you can't get back out from this location. Yes, I didn't ever figure out how to use this snake block here. We'll talk about that once we revisit what its pattern is. Notice that Yoshi is able to grab fire here for the sake of igniting the bomb. I think we had played with that previously. I doubt I would have missed it. But we'll move this guy. And yeah, he comes back up. Let's move him again. Now, yeah, the thing is, if that bounces, then the spike ball doesn't actually manage to roll the way I would like. However, if I do a drop on a spike ball going left, I wonder if that would work. No, not off the ledge. Alright, never mind, we lost the spike ball, but then I'm able to come up here. Never really figured out what this Muncher gate was all about, but as you can see, the Muncher remains in place. The Muncher also blocks fire at this point. Oh, no, I don't think it does, actually. Let's take a look. Because eventually the bomb will need to blow up everything on the left. But you would also need to use the bomb, I think. Yeah, no, if you blow up the blocks on the top left, and they stay destroyed, so if they don't contain vines, for instance, then you can go through the door once, you go through the door twice, you pick up the bomb, then you take it with you to the other side. I don't know if that's yet the case, but let's get over here quickly, just so I can see what the door mechanism is going to be. Because it looks like I would need to... So the P-switch would stop the conveyor. I don't know what else the P-switch is for currently. And we would need to think about that. Stopping the conveyor would be something that does allow me to possibly trap the spike ball in place, but I'm not sure about that yet. Nor am I sure about what to do with a snake block here. I mean, clearly that's supposed to drop something into position. Let's take a look at this to see how it works. Yeah, no, so the issue here is that the question blocks do contain vines that respawn, which is an issue because it means that I can't actually grab this bomb here. Which means that I need to think about some other way to deal with this. I mean, I guess if Yoshi is holding fire all this time, then maybe we have a solution, but And the issue is that I currently don't see how I can actually pick up the bomb to blow this location unless there's something else I'm supposed to do here. Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I probably just need to use the spike ball to hit this question block. I'm pretty sure I was thinking about this in the previous attempt. In fact, use the spike ball, hit this question block would spawn a bomb. If it spawns a bomb, then that's going to blow up this segment here. So it seems like the main objective here is actually going to be just to keep the spike ball alive from the beginning, such that we can use it as the only object that I can use to hit this. It's just that you're given one chance to catch the spike ball at the very beginning, and you need to suspend it in place while you do everything else and run around with the fire and all that stuff. So that will take a little bit of thinking. I'm sure it involves something using the P-switch with the conveyor. That seems to be the likeliest thing to do. But we'll need to think about that because the travel direction of this spike ball here matters quite a great deal. Sending Yoshi on a run, maybe, could be useful. Because what if you send Yoshi in a running position and then eventually hit the P-switch to stop the conveyor to cancel out that interaction? I still don't know about this Muncher gate on the left side, though. I think that's something that's still completely unclear to me. I don't know what the Muncher gate is doing. But I do know how to take damage as Yoshi. And send him scurrying about. Yeah, okay, so you can do that. If you hit the P-switch, it should be able to send Yoshi over. The problem is that if you suspend Yoshi in that location, I still haven't done everything with the fire, for instance, and so keeping the spike ball in this current configuration doesn't actually help me. Also, sending the thwomp down here is okay. Alright, that's fine. Now, why would I want to do this? What could this possibly position? I think it is actually going to be a delayed activation on the P-switch, perhaps. I could see this being a remote P-switch activation with a Muncher drop. But why would I want to do that remotely? And how do I get the P-switch up there in the first place? Because of the snake block is in that position, I can't actually move the P into that area. I don't think. However, let's test this out first of all. P-switch, what does that do? It doesn't get Yoshi moving at all, in fact, as I should have expected. Because he's no longer in the damaged state. The damaged running state. If he were in the damaged running state, then I would be able to... Yeah, if he's in a damaged running state facing left, then he would actually be running against the conveyor belt and probably matching speed, and then you hit the P-switch, and then Yoshi would run over to this side. So the issue right now is that Yoshi's facing the wrong way. Anyway, let's do this again. Nabbing this bomb early will do absolutely nothing. So I need to figure out at what point I can do the fire interaction, because that is going to require Yoshi to have an open mouth, which means that at some point he does in fact have to spit the spike ball and then reacquire it. And that likely has something to do with the conveyor. I mean, I think it has to. And Bex Plays, it's been a while. I hope you've been alright. I saw you were playing a bit of Omori earlier, which is actually, I think, a game I first heard about because I thought you were playing it already last year on PC. It might have been the first time I noticed it, but I do know that it was just released on consoles as well. Your Super World is nearly done. Looking forward to it. Haven't had too much time to play Mario Maker lately, but we'll definitely try to make some time for that if so. Alright. So this time we're going to try to get the Thwomp to hit me while I'm facing left. And then... Yes, great. That's the running interaction I want. So if I hit the P-switch at this point, Yoshi will be able to run over and escape because of the P-switch activation. The problem right now is that I still don't have a way to activate the bomb, given that Yoshi is a little bit preoccupied and isn't able to grab fire. So the main question is, how do we suspend the spike ball? Where can we suspend the spike ball? I feel like it is going to be something that uses the sideways trampoline in some way that we haven't quite anticipated yet. And Tub and Jeb, yeah, no, we haven't been on this for very long. But we're gradually trying to sequence it together. As you can see, Yoshi's in a damaged state right now and is holding the spike ball, but we're just trying to figure out at this point, A, how to use the snake block, and B, how to temporarily relieve ourselves of the spike ball without killing it so that we can actually grab fire all the way on the right side, which is currently an issue. So, these problems are probably related. The spike ball will... Yeah, the spike ball will probably have something to do with this whole snake block bit here. So, Bex Plays, I wouldn't say most modern levels, it's more that I play a disproportionate number of them because I tend to follow a lot of puzzle makers as well as the puzzle community and the puzzle contests writ large. I don't think there are very many puzzle-specific streamers. I can name, maybe a half dozen others who kind of specialize in this genre, but it's sort of a niche that I just happen to get a little bit hooked on. And so when you stop in here, you'll see something similar, but that won't be the case for most streams necessarily. And Grakowski, thank you so much for dropping by, and I'm glad we managed to take care of the giant peach. Alright. It's entirely possible that the Thwomp is going to be responsible for hitting the P-switch on a delay. I still don't know why I would want to hit the P-switch on a delay, because the main issue right now is still... What do we do about trading from the spike ball to the fire? Rather, how can we keep the spike ball in suspension for long enough that we can grab the fire and fire it? Because we only see one location where obtaining fire is going to happen, and it's going to be right here. And as you can see, the donut blocks really do make sure that you can't just rush your way over to it. And... yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm sometimes, Tub and Chub, very surprised at the popularity of precision, but I guess it's one of those things that does make sense as a spectator experience, because, if you have a streamer who actually likes that sort of thing, then it's arguably a better experience to watch them play it than to try to grind it out yourself. I kind of have a bit of a bias against some of the spike precision stuff, though, so... because it's very much the opposite of this kind of level. And that it's pure execution. And yeah, best plays, I mean, you know, you really do have to kind of find the stuff that you like in this game. I know that you tend to prefer the really kind of thematically driven stuff, which unfortunately kind of dropped out a bit between Maker 1 and 2, but there are a lot of good traditional super worlds out there that I think are actually kind of underplayed on stream relative to how much the player base actually does appreciate that kind of thing, so... Anyway, like I was saying, we know the P-switch is going to send Yoshi over to the left side. I just still don't know where the spike ball is going to fit into this. So hitting the P-switch, yeah, sends him over and runs him back. Now, if I'm just trying to think about how to make the spike ball last as long as possible, and I think it has to... I don't see any slopes that are going to send it back and forth. But we still don't know how to use this thing right here. And interestingly enough, if you drop in that location, you can kind of sneak under the muncher. Why would I want to do that? Let me think about this. And yeah, best plays, going back to playing a lot of Mario Maker 1 earlier in the year really made the difference quite stark, I think. When it comes to what the loss of the amiibo costumes meant for a huge part of the appeal of the original game. A big segment of it. I mean, there are far more mechanical possibilities in Maker 2, but I think that it is easy for concepts that are mechanically similar to wind up looking very samey between makers, and that's certainly a bit of a known issue with this game. I haven't really done much with this switch here while it's in the red state. Whoops. What if I spit the spike ball towards the conveyor belts while it's on red? We haven't really played around with that. I assumed that the conveyor belt is going to go too quickly for the spike ball, but if we spit the spike ball against the conveyor, let's see what that looks like. Hang on. Okay. It's going to give me a bit of a backspin there, but that means that the spike ball is not going fast enough. And if there's a way that I can block it, perhaps, to make it kind of continue that backspin without a hit. And let's see, because I think there is something that actually allows you to do that, and I think this is probably the key. It's going to be something involving spike ball speed here, where... Why don't we lean into the shot? Lean into the shot. Still not nearly enough time. The donut blocks really slow you down too much to get Yoshi in a position for the fire. And I don't think placing the P-switch there will be the answer, given that the P-switch is going to act as a wall. I think. So let's think about this. Also because I will no longer have a good spit location. And yeah, Bex Plays, Tunic is a game that had come to my attention. It had been recommended to me by a number of people who know what I like to play, I guess. I'm actually waiting to see if it potentially comes onto Switch, because that's going to be most convenient for me for streaming purposes. Given that I am a little technically limited when it comes to streaming off PC, at least currently. I'm thinking that I'll probably make some kind of big upgrade within a year's time or so. But yeah, no, I definitely have been strongly advised to play Tunic. Let's say, whoops. Let's pay attention to the level here. Okay, let's see here. So I can grab this, but I need to slow it down. And I wonder if that's what this whole spike track thing is actually for. That if you have a bit of a speed adjustment, I guess, coming off of this. No, that's going to block you. I can't spit against that wall. I still don't know how to use this. And this is the key to the whole thing, I think. There's something going on there. That is going to answer the question of how I adjust speed on a spike ball to go a little bit faster. Like if I have some kind of forward momentum going into the spit, perhaps. Not exactly sure. And yeah, I know that Tunic started out as an Xbox and Game Pass exclusive initially. It did seem like there was sort of enough of an audience overlap, though, with people who play on Switch that, as with some other Microsoft-published games like Cuphead, the Ori games, etc., that it was a fairly likely candidate to be one of the Microsoft exports to Switch, shall we say. And so we'll see. I mean, you know, I could always just end up eventually just streaming on a PC first once I kind of get my setup all patched up. I mostly want to do some kind of big PC upgrade by next year because of Stormgate, which is the RTS from the developers of StarCraft 2, who all left Blizzard, and which was officially announced about a week ago. That's kind of a major incentive for me to get things together in terms of potentially doing PC streaming, and we'll see, because I have to make a lot of changes behind the scenes to things like my current office setup. Okay, that's not going to be it. But yeah, if you lean into shots, it does the backspin. How do I suspend it for longer than that? That's the thing. I feel like I need a little bit more forward momentum myself. But I don't see what that's going to come from. No. I mean, possibly what can happen is that you toggle the switch first and then have some way to get the spit to go left. Like if you are in this location and you spit low, for instance, how does the ball roll? It does roll down there accurately. So what should happen is we should switch it to the opposite state. No, the issue is that I think I tried it previously, and the problem is that if you switch to the off state and then it bounces spike ball like that, it does eventually drift rightward the way that it's currently drifting leftward. And when it does so, it hits the trampoline, and that bounces it all the way back over, which is not what I want, I don't think. Because the trampoline kind of reverses its spin direction and cancels the backspin, if I understand it correctly. So we'll have to see how this is going to go. And alright, let's go over here. And Bex plays, yeah. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Yeah, as you can see, that cancels the backspin. So I think what I need to do is actually stop it with something else. Like, maybe we stopped it using the thwomp, except it's still going to be a problem because I still think that the drift is just too much of an issue. However, I was doing the crouch spit, and maybe that makes a difference, except we know that, like, it seems like the maximum rolling speed from a Yoshi spit is still fundamentally going to be too slow to cancel out the conveyor belt completely. So, I think it still goes to show that I need to figure out how to use the muncher, because we just don't have a way to deal with it right now. And given the whole setup here, I don't really know what it's for. And we just haven't seen how that's going to go yet. Now, we know that we can suspend the spike ball enough to switch to something like the P-switch, for instance. So while this doesn't give me enough time to grab fire, maybe it gives me enough time to do something else that allows me to eventually make it over to fire. And so we've tried to spit in both directions. We've definitely understood that I can take damage as Yoshi to... you know what? Here's something that's potentially useful with the muncher, is if I take damage by running into the muncher from the side, and then use that to send Yoshi around on a bit of a delay. Or if we... this is just going to crush him, of course, which is not useful. So the assumption that I'm making here is that we need some way to keep the spike ball in suspension long enough to grab the fire. It looks like there's going to be some kind of intermediate step between those two objectives, or that I need to do some kind of very long-winded spit that bounces the spike ball around to different positions until it eventually winds up down low. No. So for example, let's say I do this, then this eventually bounces up like that. I mean, it won't be something like that, but you grab fire, you hit the bomb, and you... then do what? Yeah. Interestingly enough, you can take the bomb, but then if you take the bomb, you just lock yourself, so that's not useful. I'm kind of wondering if there's a way I can delay obtaining the spike ball completely, but it looks like you are pretty much required to catch it in order to get out at all. Like, you can't really do any kind of activation here without it. Which means what? Now, interestingly enough, I wonder if Well, let's see. Let's because I think with a normal spit, the spike ball just goes off the ledge and then hits the opposite wall. Or no, it doesn't. It goes like that. Okay. So a crouch spit manages to drop it down to the conveyor belt from here. Normal spit bounces it all the way over here. It might be some kind of setup in advance that I need to do using the P-switch, but we haven't seen that yet. Might also be some extreme edge case mechanical interaction that I just haven't seen. Because there are some things that are, I think, occasionally a little bit weird with Yoshi's tongue range, for instance. Notice, by the way, that if you do go through the door, that you're able to grab the trampoline from the opposite side. But then if you pop back out the door over here, that then definitely doesn't help you because you're trapped behind the respawned blocks again. And so right now I'm thinking about whether there's any way I can access the trampoline. One potential avenue to consider is if there's some way for me to be pushed through the bumpers. I don't really see that currently. But I wonder if there's a push interaction that might involve the snake blocks, for instance. Which I still don't have a good use case for. Because let's take a look at these snake blocks again. As soon as you activate them, whatever is sitting on top of these two segments on the right here will just drop off. I wonder if there's some way to use it to manipulate the switch. It is something that can be worked out through careful observation and logic, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I mean, this thing here is definitely staring at me as something that I just don't have a good interaction mapped out for yet, and which, like, it seems like the missing piece of the puzzle is something here that can link up to keeping the spike ball alive. I'm making a number of assumptions here too, of course, that, for instance, that the spike ball is the thing that I want to take with me, which may not necessarily be the case. It could always be the case that we, I mean, it would be from taking a bomb perhaps, but maybe we could bust through some other way. For example, if I take fire with me... No, once I'm through the door I have to commit. Once I'm through the door I don't think there's any getting back out because you're above the semi-solid anyway. And so even if the bomb gate were not an issue, the semi-solid underneath would be. So the only thing I can think of with the Muncher so far is that it does potentially permit... well, I mean, you'd be gated off from going through here, so I can't actually even drop anything in this position in advance of the Muncher, like with an... advanced setup of the P-switch, for instance. These one-way panels here are interesting, in that they seem to imply that it is possible to do something like some kind of switch hit from below, or some kind of object drop from below that would interact. So one potential thing is, you know, if you had the P-switch located in such a way that people hit it from below. Not really. You're saying it's something that can be worked out through careful observation and logic. Well, what we haven't interacted with yet is Also notice that put 2 burners there. That's kind of interesting. And with Yoshi in that position, that's also reasonably interesting. Of course, if you hit the B-switch under these circumstances, Yoshi just ends up like that. Also notice that one thing we haven't considered is that the on-off switch can be toggled back and forth multiple times. That's potentially really important, actually, because it means that we can load an object onto the conveyor belt and then reverse it afterwards. Because so far I've been thinking about it very one-dimensionally in a way, in terms of activating the on-off switch here once and being done with it. Possibly there are multiple interactions involved that allow you to kind of suspend an object by changing direction with it. The problem, as before, is that with all these donut blocks in the way, these specifically prevent you from trying to do something quick with Yoshi over here and then coming down quickly towards the on-off switch. And Luca, welcome. Yeah, thank you for the GG. Not only did we beat a PP69, but we understood the escape room reference that was at the beginning of the second section. And there was something else we accomplished there as well. But I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, we found the mole secret. The mole secret that's at the end of the second section. Probably not the only secret, but it seemed like a very satisfying one. Oh, whoops. That's not it. Now, so far I've only been using the note block to move the thwomp. Note blocks could potentially be interesting here if I can get the spike ball positioned in such a way that it would just be suspended on top of a note block indefinitely, for instance. I don't think I can. I don't see a way to do it, but anyway, welcome Merlin. So yeah, we figured out a couple of things so far, but we're missing something very, very critical. That's kind of a middle step here. Which is, how do we use the muncher? How do we keep the spike ball alive in the open? What can a muncher interact with? We can't place a P-switch there in advance. What does it even do? It blocks off this section here. Why would we want to do that? I'm able to sneak under the muncher before it drops. That's one thing that's important. Because potentially you can do something like drop a P-switch into the middle here, or even drop a Yoshi in the middle there if you really wanted. And then, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Have I tried asking the spike ball politely to stay still? Yes. We're always very courteous about that kind of thing. Dear Mr. Spike Ball, would you please hold still? No. Just as a proof of concept here. Merlin, that was not at all a convincing yes, but... Oh, you mean the earlier yes that I said? Yeah, I suppose so. Notice, too, that... I mean, Yoshi can't reposition bombs because Yoshi just devours the bombs completely, but if you had some way to maybe blow up a bomb elsewhere? No, I don't think so. I think the bomb is pretty much fixed in this position. You can swallow the bomb if you want, but then you'd have no way to break this stuff open. I don't think. Nope, that is a small thwomp, so small thwomp's not really going to do anything for me. I wonder if we can do anything additional to change the placement of the thwomp. Also, one other thing we haven't considered is what we can do with like certain kinds of object movement. Like the P bounce or anything like that. This might be interesting in fact. Although I don't know what the P-switch is used for yet, other than stopping the conveyor and sending Yoshi over from a damaged state facing left. So just to go over this again, this was the interaction we were looking at earlier. That... Whoops, that's not the interaction I was looking at earlier, never mind. I don't think there's going to be anything that involves respawning into this section, given that we're kind of locked in here. Supposing the thwomp drops. I wonder if it's possible to position a thwomp in such a way that it gets bumped into a totally different place. Like if you decided to... I mean, this wall will not hit, but if you could find a way to move the thwomp, that might potentially do something for me here. But right now with the thwomp, I'm only kind of using as a gate. That doesn't seem too helpful. Mr. Electro Dude, welcome. So we're missing something critical. We know how to do this. Or rather, if I leave Yoshi, I know how to do that. We know how to do this over here. Or rather, dropping it down below if the state has been toggled. Still doesn't buy me nearly enough time. This note block is part of the initial bombing mechanism at the start, which we haven't done much with either. It seems like the whole point of this mechanism is to force you to pick up the spike ball at the start, so the puzzle is about sustaining it afterwards. Because I see no alternative. Okay. Let's see. We can spit. It's going to bounce back. I don't see anything so far that's going to get me within range of that trampoline. However, what if we did something using the P-switch? Also, if it comes off the conveyor belt, yeah, it kind of bounces off to the side like this. But then Spike Ball does hit that. However, yeah, if the Spike Ball hits the spring, then it kind of reverses direction at that point. But the important thing is that the P-switch has no particular rolling direction, which means I'm going to try something very quickly here. What if we suspended the P-switch in that location once we've toggled the on-off switch? Let's try this. And then I wonder how that is going to affect the spike ball interaction afterwards. We're still kind of doing this bit here as a formality, and I wonder if there's going to be something else involved there that we should be doing instead. We'll try that. Yeah, because we know how to use the thwomp to take damage so far. We know how to potentially use the P-switch, like this. And that doesn't seem useful. Unless you find some way to kind of match velocity using the spike ball, perhaps. Like, I wonder if you can get the spike ball to just... Oh, whoops. Okay, no, the thwomp is going to hit that. Because that's what thwomps do. It's going to reverse. Because I'm thinking about the things that you usually set up with a slope interaction where, you know, as you know, with conveyor belts that are on a slope, for instance, you can get the spike balls in sort of a backspin rolling state in a way that keeps them indefinitely alive. Now, we don't have a slope here to slow things down, but I wonder if we have some kind of alternate interaction that allows it to make contact with a bit of an equilibrium without actually detecting that as a collision between a spike ball and a wall. And the only object that we could... Well, I mean, we have two objects that we can work with here, one being the thwomp, one being the P-switch. The thwomp is in motion up and down, which doesn't help me here. So I wonder what it is we can do. That's not going to work either. Yeah, I don't know about this. We may have to see. So far I haven't been doing anything else in this first area other than taking the spike ball. I wonder if you go here. This thing will drop the muncher pretty much right away. Still don't get what that does. This over here. Muncher falls, really the only thing it can do is activate a P-switch for me, but then there's no advantage to doing that other than, like, compared to just activating the P-switch myself manually. So, that's not really going to be useful. I mean, notice that this gate is designed as though the expectation is that small Mario can make it, but Yoshi can't. So it's like this whole thing here is a gate designed to ensure... Oh, I wonder if it's just kind of... I mean, it can't be lock protection, because you can always just bump the thwomp out, but I wonder if there's some reason that you don't want the thwomp out that early. And that you want this instead to act as a one-time gate that allows only small Mario to pass through. Now, why would you want to do that? What is so special about that? Let's dismount. Okay. We know we have access to fire potentially if we get rid of the spike ball first. I wonder if there is a good way to do that. No, I think this is specifically set up to discourage any kind of timer-based interactions that would try to beat the spike ball to a certain position. We know this is going to get Yoshi perfectly positioned afterwards, after Yoshi's usefulness is already limited. I mean, the writing assumption so far is that I need a spike ball to hit the final block, but what if that's not the case? What if there is something else that we're overlooking here? Like some other object I can send in. Okay. So yeah, we've got a spike ball. We've got a way to get Yoshi into equilibrium. Do not have a way to get the spike ball into equilibrium. Whoops. No. Notice that leads to an interesting implication, which is that Yoshi running left to right on the on switch state would actually be enough to make the run as well, which leads me to think that I should actually try to maybe do some kind of push here. No. If we get separated, Yoshi just gets crushed by the muncher. That's not it. Alright. Currently, I'm thinking about the P-switch entirely in terms of the conveyor belt. I wonder if the P-switch doubles up with some other usage that we haven't thought about. Like some way you can place it, perhaps some way you can bounce it. Like if you're able to retain a spike ball in suspension, or use something completely different other than a spike ball in the final exit section, that might give us a little bit of headway. But as it stands, I do not see it. It is fairly mesmerizing, though, to watch this little P bounce in the middle here. Okay. Well, that was entertaining for a short time, but whoop, nope. Forgot that the swamp was in position to parachute down. Yeah, so Tub and Joe will try to get this, but may have to take a breather from this one just to kind of rethink it a bit. Because it may just be a massive blind spot, like a certain other puzzle that we've been playing in recent weeks, in which I may deal in shortly after this one. Now, here's the thing. Given that we still have the on state, I'm actually able to do a damage interaction now with Yoshi facing right. Problem with Yoshi facing right is that he's going to run towards the wall first. That's okay, because then you suspend Yoshi in that position. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Except for the fact that I still don't have a way to obtain fire then. Which makes me wonder. Interesting that the P-switch can push Yoshi like that. That's really... Oh, because it's on the same conveyor, of course. That is quite a lot of fun, though. Strangely compelling. You can trap Yoshi in a run state, but that doesn't help me get the spike ball in a consistent state. Yeah. Yeah, because... However, if the spike ball is doing a backspin, then does the P count as a wall that makes contact? But it should. It should. But we need to be sure about a few things here. Because let's say we do this. And let's say we grab the P afterwards. And then we try to trap it. If I could do some kind of trap that maintains the backspin. And part of the issue too is that if we're trying to reobtain the spike ball, we can't have something like an object like a P in the way in between, because if Yoshi later tries to grab the object, you're going to run into some trouble, so. So let's say we do, no, let's say we don't do that. Let's stand differently here. It's gonna drop. This note block here too, I wonder if we have some potential. Yeah, that just squishes it. Doesn't do anything too useful. Now if I spit in this general direction. Nope. So my current line of thinking here is, if we can do kind of a slope-like trap for the spike ball that takes advantage of a backspin, how would we do it? I suspect it's not going to be by placing something like the P, because the P would act as a wall. If we had a second trampoline, obviously that would solve things very quickly, because it would just bounce back and forth indefinitely. But I think even with backspin, if it hits the P, it's just going to smash, so... Let's think about this. You're saying it's something that can be worked out through careful observation and logic. Whoops. Well, careful observation is not our forte today. Interesting cloud over here. Now you can trap it as you want, but that doesn't actually do you any good. The one-way panels are still something that I'm thinking about as a potential sort of head bump location. Not that we have the appropriate tools for that either. However, nope. That could be useful. Okay. Let's see here. Swap is able to hit the P-switch. We have no incentive to do that. We're able to grab that as well if we want to block off our door access completely. However, I wonder if there is maybe an alternative to... Oh, it might blow that up. I don't see one. Alright. Well, we may have to push this one to an additional session, I think. This is the first time I've really taken a closer look at it. We didn't spend much time with it at all previously. Hit the on-off switch. You can... Then do what with this guy here, and why the semi-solids? So it's a Mario-only gate, but why would you want one in this location specifically when I can just send my Yoshi down whenever I want? Why would we do that? We know the fire is going to reach the bomb regardless of whether the muncher will be present. Yeah, same problem as before. I might take a break from this one. And because there is one that I want to finish from previous weeks as well that I believe I do have a solution to, which we might want to do as a bit of a mental break from slamming against this very specific problem. So we know how to make Yoshi run against the conveyors. We know how to make the spike ball backspin a little bit until it hits trampoline on the right. I feel like if you get rid of the trampoline on the right, that the interaction between the spike ball along the boundary of the conveyor belt and the spring is actually going to be significant. Like if you get rid of the trampoline, maybe you can actually trap the spike ball in this location. We're just enough to bouncing it back, but other than the terrain boundary. Oops. Yeah, it really does leave you in the right place all the time. I wonder if there is a way I could push through. If I could push through... What does that solve? Not sure. We could definitely push something like Yoshi through. Or push anything through just by placing it directly underneath. A lot of things would work. Okay. For example... And I was just going to displace that. No. Okay, that's gonna bounce. One thing I hadn't considered is delaying the spike ball completely. If there's a way to activate the bomb without doing the spike ball interaction. Like by trying to get in here and doing the bomb drop. I doubt it. But you can get close enough on the inside. And fundamentally, we just still don't have the middle segment of the muncher gate. Toggling on a switch, shoot fire. Do we have a second chance to grab this? Like I should be able to find some way to do a bounce that kind of cheats all this a little bit, but no, not at all. Then, yeah, you get much more of a backspin with a standard shot than with a crouching one, which goes a little too slowly. So, we're going to try to do the backspin again, except this time we'll try to do a blocking piece with a P. Whoops. Bad idea. Okay. Go through a door. You grab sideways trampoline. No, no, you have to take the spike ball through the door. I'm definitely considering whether there's a bit of tunnel vision going on with that, but I don't think there is. I think we understand it correctly. Very devious looking door, though. Let's see. We're able to do this. I wonder if we can do something kind of a Promethean here. Find some way to steal the fire from Olympus or what have you and bring it back to Yoshi. So the only thing that's happened here is that we've managed to open up certain gates. That doesn't seem like too much progress. Let's see here. What do we... drop this. Back spin. And then forward spin. Yeah, it needs to be trapped in some kind of backspin. Longer term. I don't know that I see it. I feel like I probably do have the technique to do it. That's just a hunch. Yeah, I don't know about this one. So far. We're missing something big. So, let's see. You can grab fire, you can hit the bomb. You can open all this up. After going through the door, you're able to collect the spring, but I wonder if there's more to it than that. Let's see. Also, I'm wondering about what this whole sequence here with the blue belt in the middle of London is doing, or... What was I thinking of? Yeah, no. I'm thinking of something geographical here with... Anyway, I'm probably just tired. Blue belts. The auto switch. Yeah, so I know how to make the Yoshi run. Why do I want to make the Yoshi run? This is the thing that we need to consider. What advantage is there to getting back to Small Mario? Small Mario is able to get through this gate. Why would I want to do that? And hitting the P-switch, which I no longer have available due to a mistake, would allow Yoshi to spit back out. However, if I change directions while Yoshi is there, then you get something interesting. Get something that looks like this? No. No, and then you punch him out of the damaged run state if he makes contact with the trampoline over there. Would we want to do that intentionally at some point? I don't know. Yoshi can take fire. You can breathe fire, even from here. Right here in the top right corner. And we just still don't have it, like some kind of way to suspend the spike ball. Anyway. It's gonna go down. You know the Thwomp is capable of activating the P-switch if necessary. I don't know why you would want it to. I'm thinking about whether there's any way to interact with the bomb other than with fire. You can take it away, but then it won't ignite. You could perhaps open this up and then... no, you need the bomb to open it up in the first place. So, if it rewards being observant... I mean, the spike ball is long gone in this attempt, so it's not going to be here, but... yeah, I think I'm going to bail after this timeout. And we'll need to continue thinking about it, because... I'm no closer to this middle step here. I think it's going to take a longer look in order to make heads or tails of it. So you can bust through the door. Let's actually just show this off. You can bust through the door. Now I wonder if there's a reason that I would want to potentially use the P-switch on the other side instead of bomb. In which case we have a couple of fairly sizable diversions and red herrings here. Yeah, let's go get fire. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to try to hit the bomb, open up the gate. Whoops. Oh, how did I miss that? Huh. Thought I had it. Teramis, welcome. Teramis, I'm going to switch to yours at the end of this timeout. I was hoping you would show up today, in fact, because I think I see my blind spot in your level. I do not yet see my blind spot in this level, unfortunately, because I'm missing something fairly sizable here. That seems to be the critical piece. I wonder if there's some way that I can do some kind of activation of the question block using these pieces instead of the spike ball. But then in that case, I would not be using the spike ball at all in this series of interactions, and that can't be right. What's the ID for this? Let's see if I have it. Yeah, this is by Tub and Chub. I said I would sign out after this timeout, but I'll kind of explain to you what I've done with it so far. And then I'll switch over to yours, I think. Because there's a very specific step that I'm missing here. So, in fact, I'll just start over. And I'll just explain what I've been doing. So as you can see, red pipe is the exit. And you have access to the on-off switch to switch the conveyor around. At the beginning, it seems like you're basically required to grab this spike ball. But in order to exit this, so question blocks do contain vines, as you might expect. I suspect the question block in the bottom right contains a bomb that's going to blow up the entrance for me, an ignited bomb. I don't know that for a fact, but it's the only thing that seems to make sense in terms of how the gate is going to open up. So my current belief is that I need to take a spike ball with me as Yoshi through the door in order to hit the question block on the bottom right and open the way to the pipe. What I don't know how to do is keep the spike ball alive while I switch to fire and open up this gate. Because we've had a couple of ideas so far that have not materialized. So for example, I can switch this over to the off state. And a P-switch activation would be able to send Yoshi across. Now the thing is, an on-off activation would also send Yoshi across, so I don't know if there's a particular advantage to doing a P-switch interaction here. So let's say I'm here as Yoshi. Let's wait for the swamp first. Let's say I'm here and I take damage facing in this direction. And you can get Yoshi to run. A P-switch activation will send Yoshi back to the left and make him recoverable. And on-off switch activation would also do something very similar, I think. We've tried it on a couple of occasions. So I know that I need fire in order to ignite the bomb over here and open up the gate. The problem is, how do I switch from spike ball to fire and back to spike ball so I can take it with me through the door in the bottom right? And so we don't have that. And the snake block currently, I know it drops the muncher, but I don't know what else it's doing and why it's helpful. It may be that using the P-switch in conjunction with the snake block allows some kind of critical repositioning. That does not seem to be the case. I wonder if using Yoshi to reposition to P anywhere else might be helpful, but again, I don't see it. I can always consider bouncing the P off Yoshi's back. That's not going to do anything here until the swamp comes down and hits it. Not what we're going for. And so I don't see how to switch over to Spike Ball. That's the main issue. Anyway, let's take a break from this one, because this one... Yeah, we've had a couple of people solve it so far. I'm definitely missing one very critical piece to it. A couple of clears so far, not very many. Anyway, Taramis, let's switch over to yours, because this one has dogged me for far, far too long. We have to deal with it. Low budget grocery store puzzle. Let's jot down the code in chat for anybody interested. So, anybody who's been around my stream regularly lately has seen this one by now. We have faced it, I think, 4 or 5 times, and I ran into the same blind spot pretty much every time. At the end of the last stream, when I signed out, I think I finally saw what my blind spot was. And the thing that I had been stuck on with the final step, or something close to the final step, for ages and ages. So we'll see if that's actually the case as we get into version 5 here and attempt to grab the clear at long last. And that will also give me an opportunity to walk through the puzzle and explain it again for people who have not seen it before. So, object of this puzzle is to exit this door with the P-switch and the spiny hat. And you must be wearing the wearing the spiny hat and holding the P-switch, not the other way around. You can't wear a P-switch. So the midpoint here saves the toggling of the on-off switch. So the object of the first half is to toggle the switch from off to on. Then you can hit checkpoint and save your progress because you would respawn with the switch as on. So the main thing we need to do is get rid of this muncher, which we can do with a little bit of bomb manipulation. We'll let this thing walk just to give myself a bit more headroom. Take it through with me. We're going to take the bomb and drop it. We're going to hit this quickly Go through the door to reset the bomb. We don't need to do that, but it feels a little bit safer to do so, and so I do it. The reason we do that is we allow ourselves to open up this vine without activating this POW block. And the reason is that we need to take the POW block back to a full reset so we have access to the bomb once again. Once we have access to the bomb, we are able to do a P-switch interaction on this side here. At the expiry of the P-switch, that's going to kill the bomb using the P-block. The bomb blows up the question block. The question block blows up the POW. The POW takes out the muncher without taking out the spiny shell, because it's a remote activation and it's based on range. The spiny shell allows you to hit the on-off switch and hit the midpoint. Now, here is where we were previously. Very, very stuck. It was obvious to me on previous attempts that the first step has to be to trade up to the P. We've done this in several versions and we understood it. That taking the P back through the door is going to be critical. The way to exit this room is to have all 4 objects on the top area, because the POW needs to sit on top of the bomb. And then you need to take both the P-switch and the spiny shell with you. Now, the spiny hat at this point, let's see if we can recover my position here. Allows me to do a few things. Let me drop this first of all. Drop this guy. And get up there and place the POW. And also hit this because it allows me to climb through here with the spiny shell when everything else is done. So, the main obstacle I was running into was, how do we get the P-switch up to this area? It turns out the answer is, as the saying goes, surprisingly simple. So here's my blind spot. I'll show you, because it's a spectacular blind spot. And Dorler Ameti, welcome. I may have time to look at your code actually right after this one. It's not viewer levels today, but I don't mind being a little bit flexible. And you've missed my queue a couple of times in recent weeks, so I don't mind taking a look at that if you're able to stay. I should hopefully be finished with this one quickly. So, here's how I do it. Bust through all of this stuff. Whoops, no, I should not have jumped into that. Sorry, let's just take the death here so I can respawn from checkpoint. Let's show you what I was going to do. Okay, let's go back to where it was. I was so excited to show this off. Because... yeah, I streamed too late for you. Yeah, I stream too late for most people. I stream at a very bad time, in general. And it's only going to get worse. Anyway, let's send this over, switch to P. And yeah, Dorler Amete, I will take a look at your code right after this one then. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay on today, but I'll at least hopefully be able to give your level a fair shot. Anyway, as I suspected, there's no real scenario where I would ever want to take the POW down to the lower level, because I just don't have a way to get it back up, and the POW must sit on the bomb on the right side. So, what do we do instead? We go like this. Like what? Like this. Wear the hat. Punch through all of this stuff. Climb instead of jump. Climb, jump. Here's the blind spot. Here's the dramatic moment that we missed for like 4 or 5 hours over several weeks. You hit this. All this time I was thinking about how to use this block as a vine. I didn't think about just breaking it. Because if you break it, look what you can do. P-switch goes up. How sits down here. P-switch comes with me. Yeah, so this block, I've played this level 4 or 5 times in the last few weeks. I did everything except notice this block. It's not even a hard thing. It's completely fair. It's right in front of your face. And I just didn't see it. I'm glad to hear that this didn't just happen to me, that it was a very easy step that is just so easy to miss. So easy to miss. I think I took longer on this puzzle than I did on the 7-in-1 Terramis Tower Escape, which was 7 one-screen puzzles stacked together. I think I actually took longer on this one right here. And I'd say probably at least 90% of that time was on that step. I mean, every time I've played this, I've also been really, really tired because it would usually come near the end of my viewer queue. When at that point I would just be completely fried. But anyway, we finally got this. Street Rat cleared the first half so quickly and then got stumped by the last block. Yeah, no, I remember that my first session with this in one of the earlier versions, the first half just fell right away. Like, getting to checkpoint was never an issue. The main thing with getting to checkpoint, like, it's interesting because I think probably the most clever part of the solution is the POW block activation to take out the Muncher, and that is actually a first half thing, right? Like, that's probably the most interesting interaction by itself. But there's a fair bit of kind of deception and misdirection going on here. I think that really does a good job of disguising that block at the end, in spite of the fact that smashing blocks with the spiny hat is what you know you have to do, like even right from the very start. Anyway, we got it. Dolarametti, let's take a look at yours. And like I said, I don't know how long I'll be able to stay on it today, but we'll see. Yours took Street Rat about an hour and a half. Okay. That's fair warning. We'll see if we can do it. Bouncy P-switch. Oh, it's also for low budget. Okay. For low budget contest. 6 clears in this one so far. World record is 8 seconds, which tells me that either that's a cheese or there is something that's actually straightforward here. Pipe equals door. If you duck jump, don't hold right. We'll try to remember that. If you duck jump, don't hold right. Interesting. And Terminus, you managed to get Yoshi Dilemma. Very good. Congratulations. I feel like I have a serious blind spot in that one as well. I just don't know what it is yet. I feel like it is also another kind of blind spot issue. I strongly suspect it. Oh, anyway. Let's pay attention to this. There's no condition or anything here. This is all about landing on the gold card, which looks like it's probably going to be some kind of remote P-switch interaction. And thank you for the follow. Interestingly enough... Okay, let's just show this off for a moment. See what this is. That's a vine, of course. Seems like a shoe would allow me to run up top, which wouldn't do anything useful. The spiny in this location is an interesting little gate. So yeah, you need to hit the gold card, which means that I need to do something about this stuff. I don't know what this is. Might be a vine, might be something else. We would need to take a look, so... That is super cheese. It's not even near the intended way. Oh, you mean what Street Rat was doing? Okay. Wasn't quite clear on what you meant. This is a reset door, okay. Icicle there seems to be a boot check. Interestingly enough, is this also an item check? Because if you carry a spring with you into this, what's stopping you from doing that? Like, if you're ever able to pick up the trampoline, I don't know why the reset door would stop you from playing with it, but I think maybe the answer to that is that you actually cannot pick up the trampoline, perhaps. I feel like if you eventually take the boot up top and you stomp on top of the question block, then you are able to drop the P-switch. Because the idea should be that you activate the P-switch while you're standing here. It might be a remote activation, but I'm not quite sure yet. But I feel like that's going to be what it is, that you have to maybe stand in this location and create some kind of setup that allows the P to be hit. It might not be. We haven't thought about the donut blocks yet. We know that we're able to stomp the boot from this side, but that doing so is not really going to be helpful until we have a way to deal with the spike, with the spiny rather. Down low. And Marcus, I'll see if I can look at yours after I do this one today. Today's not really an official viewer queue day. I do viewer levels properly tomorrow, but if I have time after this puzzle and you're still here, perhaps I'll be able to take a look at your code. I run things pretty informally sometimes when I'm just running my own list. This conveyor belt here is interesting. The clue at the beginning was saying something about duck jump and not pressing something or other. I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. Okay. Goomba shoe is going to come up towards me, then I don't have a good way to actually wear it. Right now I'm just looking at this and wondering what I can even interact with. Donut blocks. Maybe here. If I activate the P-switch now, it doesn't really do anything for me, I don't think. Because what would that even affect? Nothing that's useful. It does transform this little ice coin into an ice coin block, which might be something critical, might not be. And I wonder about these conveyors as well. I think this is because this is a bit of a shoe check. You've got 2 tiles high here. You don't actually have any room to jump around with the big boot. So if you have the big boot, this kind of works like a... you can also drop a boot in this location, and the boot would come down by itself, and then maybe have some kind of interaction with that. You put that since when you do a step that requires duck jump, many people hold right, and it's easy to die. Okay, I see. Yeah. Interesting. This ice location over here looks interesting. Because right now I'm looking at this and wondering, okay, how could I possibly hit this question block? It would also just be able to stomp with the big boot. So then the question becomes, then, how do you get the big boot down from there? You would do it by lowering the donut. would only lower the donut if you have invincibility frames. So for example, if I manage to get the small boot and use invincibility frames to stand on top of that donut and then lower the big boot. But then, how would I do that when that drops directly? Let's see. And hey, welcome to Kosh. I am running my actual viewer queue this time tomorrow. I'm not doing the Cubon right now because we are just trying to cut through some puzzle backlog. So we'll see how we do. But I'm not actually running a full queue today. We do viewer levels on occasion. Very regularly in tomorrow's time slot, in fact, which would be Saturday night in NA, Sunday morning in EU. Now, okay, look at this. If you duck on top of the conveyor belt, you actually hit the spring. This is a really small edge case interaction. Look at this. This is extremely obscure, I think. That you activate it only if you duck into it. How do you even find that, actually? It seems like I got that practically by accident. Well, that might be interesting, because now we know how to use it. Interestingly enough, we have these blue blocks here, but no sign of any kind of on-off activation, from what I can see just yet. I currently don't see an on-off switch that I can use, in fact. P-switch obviously shouldn't be activated yet, but if we can fall into this, that is not useful at all since it will not make you jump. Okay. Well, anybody who's doing some kind of crazy platformer design... yeah, actually, no, it doesn't do anything functional. It wouldn't even let you punch something down below. So it's purely a cosmetic thing, which is very, very odd. I wonder if there is something functional you can do with it, but since you're not bouncing with anything with this, maybe not. That is such a weird little quirk of the engine, though. A weird hitbox from Nintendo. Yeah, exactly. I can't think of anything functional to do with that either. Anyway, we know how to... So, let's say we hit the P-switch. What does that do? Okay, interestingly enough, P-switch closes out the wall on the left side and allows me to grab this boot. Okay, that's good, that's good. That allows me to damage boost through here. Unfortunately, we no longer have access to the second P-switch. But what if I go to the reset door? Does the icicle work as a reset check? It should, because you bob up and down if you're running over this. But yeah, P-switch, we know, allows the wall to complete itself in a way that pushes the Goomba shoe outward. Except I need to keep the Goomba alive in order to do that. So we know how to obtain this small shoe now. That's a very critical first step. But it also indicates to me that we're going to have this very early activation of the P-switch in a way that may not actually be good in the longer term. Because... what can I do with it? I can damage boost up here to grab the big boot. Once you grab the big boot, what do? This looks like fire, actually. You know what I think this is? I think this is going to be a Potaboo, where if you manage to stomp on this, or activate it, it's going to send fire up here to melt this. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. So yeah, let's grab this. Great. Now, we can do a couple of things. We cannot go through here, obviously, but what we can do is... I was hoping to lift this thing here. I think you actually need to lower the donut block and then stomp on a donut block at a certain height. Like this. Now you can move this. If you move the spring, what can you do with it? If you move the spring, I can then go up with the hat. Not with the hat, with the boot. What am I saying? We need to be fairly quick about this so we don't lose the boot to expiry. Place it here. Then we can stomp this thing. Send it down. That doesn't do anything useful for me, but... Oh, I'm also trapped up here. Okay, never mind. So that's a bad idea. Never mind. Now, I don't think this reset prevents me from taking the spring, though. And that's really important. Because, yeah, that reset doesn't actually block this. Which means I am able to potentially use this now for some other purpose as I've reset everything else. Because now we have a state change past a reset door. I wonder if that's intentional. Dorley, you're saying you had a conveyor there to stop the small shoe, but it was quite spaghetti to do other steps that requires a layer. Okay, I see. So this is interesting because now we have a way to progress through the puzzle in a meaningful way. However, I don't have a good solution to the spiny yet. However, if I place this, I'm able to bounce the shoe. But then I'm just back to where I started before, except for the fact that I've maintained a P-switch. So now I'm able to grab the big boot. So if I grab the small boot using the spring, then I'm able to grab the big boot with the P-switch intact. Once the big boot is with me, with the P-switch available, then what can I do? I still don't know how to activate this thing here. I feel like in order to do that, yeah, we would need some kind of stomp, but... or some kind of thrown object or something. Let's see. Let's see. Anyway, so we have a couple of things sorted out so far. Let's let the boot jump. We will let the boot come over. And then, that's okay. We'll get over here. We will then switch. We'll then switch to this, which will then allow me to reset through here. I wonder how many people will miss that on the assumption that the reset door is actually a full reset. But if you're paying attention to the way the reset door is set up, you'll notice that it's a boot check and not an item check. And that's something I did pick up pretty quickly. So I think it does work pretty well. That's an idea. Oh, now here's the issue. Okay, no, we need to throw this. But then I need to drop this and hope that this bounces all the way back up. Whoops. Uh-oh. I'm not able to catch that. Huh. Curious. It looks like it was going to go high enough, and it didn't. So maybe that's not going to be the interaction. We need something else then. We need to... could do something else using the spring. Yeah, I feel like, you know, this was something that we were talking about earlier on the stream, that definitely from Maker 1 to Maker 2 even, the aesthetic part of the game was scaled back quite a bit. Not just with things like amiibo costumes, but also with the flexibility for certain things like semi-solid overlap. It was much more constricted in this game than in the first. And so it's sort of unfortunate because it means that a lot of things look indistinguishable at first glance, even if mechanically they're quite different. And it did unfortunately kill a lot of the thematic part of the game. You know, thematic style makers, basically. People who just want to make traditional levels that happen to be beautifully decorated. I've seen some things of that nature in Maker 2, but not nearly as much. You know, people who really want to convey very uniquely designed spaces. I still don't know where this on-off switch is going to come from. I don't see it at all. I don't see where it's ever happening. Anyway, let's switch over to this. I don't think they'll do things like a full color change because there are certain things that do need to be readable. You know, like distinguishing red Koopas from green Koopas is something that is functionally very important. It seems like it's a big part of Mario Maker to make things be sort of immediately understandable visually in the same way that all these particular mechanics are locked to certain course themes or day mode and night mode, for instance, so you can just look at the layout and understand what the rule set is. I think I'll have to find a balance where they still have that functional clarity and yet have enough diversity for makers to really go a little bit wilder with their imagination. Notice that if you activate the P-switch, well, no, you can't go through here if you activate the P-switch, but since you can hold an item, we know now that we can switch to the P-switch. And you can take the P-switch with you through here and come back out holding it. That's probably the next line of progression, in fact. If we figure out how to get the boots to come up, which is currently a bit of a problem. Because I feel like we can do it. That perhaps... Whoops, oh no, that's a mess. That's not going to be it. Yeah, that's not going to hit at all. Whoops. And yeah, holding that to throw it in that previous position is not actually that easy. So here's what I'm going for right now. What I want to do when I switch to spring is I want to find a way to pick up the big boot without having hit the P-switch. Because if you do that, then you can take the big boot up to the top level and do a ground pound on the question block, which would drop the P-switch. So the state that we want is grab the big boot without hitting the P-switch, then you obtain a P-switch, and then you take the P-switch through the pipe and then reset back out while holding it. You might not even need to do that, in fact, looking at the way that the goal card is going to work. Anyway, let's... But then the question is, how do we switch? I think I know. You actually just need to place this and bounce the boot up top, and you get underneath the boot and lower the donut block. And then you would drop down below here, and the boot would drop on top of you. Then you wrap around this way and do a bit of a clockwise circle and get back on top of the boot. So it'll be easier to demonstrate once I actually show you what I mean. This is potentially... Oh, whoops, we killed the boot. Potentially a little bit tricky, but I think I understand it. Let's... nope, accidentally killed it again. You need the Goomba on the left side to be in the upper position before you hit the P-switch. Get a nice, clean exit for it right here. Whoops. Can I get in the boot? Yes, I can. And we then switch to this one. We then switch over here. So the thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to come back over here. And yeah, I'm trying to follow what you were saying about the spring. But we'll... Okay, so let's see what do this. Then can I jump under it without getting squished by it? That seems dangerous. But I could do it. Okay, that's exactly how to do it. Now we get back up here. And then we grab this. Unfortunately, we have lost the spring. Oh, no, we haven't. We can go back and get it. Except I need to be fairly quick about this, so we don't lose the boot. Okay, there we go. Now we come over here and we drag this over here. Now we stomp. P-switch acquired. So now we do a reset using the P-switch. I wonder if reset is even necessary, or if we can just... Yeah, no, because if I hit the P-switch from up top, that's no good, because I will... Yeah, no, what I need to do is I need to set up a delayed P-switch activation while I'm standing here. Possibly with something falling off the conveyor belt. But it needs to be one of the Goombas, I think, that will need to dunk on a P-switch. And we need to be standing in a location that will basically allow me to drop through. I think. Anyway, let's do this. Let's swap in. This step to throw the spring there takes most streamers quite a while to figure out. Yeah, I am glad I saw it quickly. Because it's such a tight location that it looks like it's going to kill you, right? Like, it's actually a very hard thing to see. And I'm fortunate that I managed to get it quickly. Because it seems like we've accomplished a pretty major objective here by getting the P-switch. Oops. Let's not do that. Let's not jump out of water. But that's a very significant step. And... Oh, whoops. Once again, we killed the Goomba. Let's let it go up first. Yeah, because with this icicle placement, it looks so much like I'm supposed to use it to grab the boot, but... Because... You know what? I think I understand. If a boot by itself falls on a P-switch, it should activate, right? So... I think what's eventually going to happen is that I place the P-switch down in the bottom left, Then I step on this Goomba and I run over here and I let the boot fall on the P-switch and then I fall on the goal. It's interesting that this is a low-budget entry, by the way, because it actually feels like it has a lot of moving parts to it, in spite of the fact that the interactable objects are very few. Like, it is a low-budget puzzle, but with the 6-item restriction. 6-entity restriction, I guess. Yeah, because it's conveyor belt, spiny, boot, boots, P, spring. And, very elegant, given the constraints that we're working with. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's take it through. The rules of the challenge effectively necessitate levels that make use of limited items multiple times. Yes, as well as inventive usage of the things that do not count towards the parts budget, particularly a lot of block-based interactions. Lots of stuff with blocks, in fact. As you can see in this level right here, is that, you know, we're using donut blocks in a very unique way. We're using the question blocks. This whole step here, by the way, ice block and question block down here, which I thought was going to be fire, we haven't used that at all. Or the conveyor belt in the lower level, which tells me that there's probably something to it that we're still not seeing yet. That it's not going to be... Yeah, because I think maybe a dismounted boot isn't going to activate a P-switch, and we need instead something that will give me that interaction using this stuff, because we haven't even used it yet, and that tells me that we're probably further from the end than I think I am. Anyway, we're here. Let's get in position for this thing. And we've got to be quite careful with it. Whoops. We need to stay crouched for that. That's the thing that, execution-wise, we need to remember. Oh, that's probably what the clue was about, in fact. For the duck jump. I thought the duck jump was probably just going to refer to, you know, jumping around in some kind of constrained space, but no, it's clearly this. And that we need to not do something directionally. Yeah, no, I just didn't stay crouched at the time. I can see why it would be easy for somebody who dies to this location to potentially give up on it easily. I know that I kind of have a habit sometimes of making an execution mistake and thinking that I actually made a wrong decision, and then missing the solution for a long time because of that. And it looks like the kind of spot where that would have been a high risk if I hadn't solved it so quickly. Let's grab this. And yeah, in some ways I find a low-budget style of puzzle, not even withstanding this contest, but low-budget style of puzzle, like with a lot of Bird Dog's work, for instance, being the kind of example I think of, is actually quite a lot harder in some ways than one-screen puzzles that have a lot of mechanics to them, because you do have to think about a wide space of interactions per part, and in ways that will very often lead to weird edge cases. Anyway, let's do that. Let's take this, actually, and swim with it. It'll be much cleaner. Because then you just drop this here and not deal with the mess that I made earlier. Yeah, because you can't do a stomp underwater. Yes, which is why the ice interaction here is not going to be a stomp. Now, having the P-switch available to me Yeah, the thing is, if it were so simple as putting the P-switch under the boot, you wouldn't even need to reset with a P-switch to do it. You would just need to park the P-switch under the boot and then run over here and everything would be fine. I don't think it's going to be that easy. I feel like I don't quite know what's going to happen, in fact, with the P-block collisions that are going to trap me in terms of how I'm going to get to the goal, because one potential thing that could go on here is that we need to do some kind of coin drop to open this up. Not even a coin drop necessarily. Oh, it might be a coin drop, in fact, because if you do it with a big boot, perhaps. But anyway, it seems like we would kind of strictly progress to have the P-switch available past reset, so maybe we should do it. And see what's going to go on here. We'll reset. Because it seems like, you know, some kind of remote interaction like having P-switch in this location. Would be a good idea. Like having something drop down to the P with this conveyor might be part of the solution. The other thing as well is, like I said, we don't know how this is going to be used yet. And this icicle is just going to sit here. It almost implies that you set the P-switch down here and then you have some kind of object roll down towards it. Let's think about this, because yeah, big boot obviously does step on the P-switch. It seems like that's not likely to be a thing we need to do just yet. Let's see about these donut blocks. Having a donut block go down, by the way, might potentially displace this. Like if you get the boot to descend towards the donut block, I wonder if you can get it to pop out. I doubt it, because that would have shortcut a lot of the interactions that we saw earlier, and that would be a problem. But anyway, the question currently is, how do we mess around with this block here? P-switch, does it do a spiny displacement? I think it should, yes, and then that floats it. Oh, that's really important, because I may have been able to do something with this to push the boot, perhaps. Or at least, yeah, place it. And we can basically move it if we I'm thinking about how we could potentially use damage frames to be in an invincible state and get to the left of the spiny and push it to the right. Why would we want to push it? Because if we manage to get it to the surface, it's going to walk. And if we get it to walk, we could potentially get it to walk on top of the P-switch. Like if you manage to displace it all the way up. Like if you bump it all the way up like this. Except, of course, that we don't want to hit the icicle. That's the only thing. But I feel like that was a major accomplishment. The main thing being, though, that we needed to do something about that shoe. And I feel like that's a major breakthrough, though. That's a very important step that we've seen. But it still doesn't explain this block and the conveyor belt down low. I don't know how the Spiny will interact with that. And so we'll need to keep that in mind. And get over onto this donut block once again. Bit of a tight timing here, but it works. We'll come back over here. And here we are. Okay, let's go over here. And here's the duck jump element once again. Let's stay crouched. Let's not do any kind of directional input. Let's take the spring with me. Get back out. So interestingly enough, if you take the piece, which you do not need to do the reset to have it interact with the Spiny down low. So that's something we should keep in mind in case it becomes relevant. That if I want to use the P-switch now, I can do it in conjunction with the spring, which is important because potentially what we actually needed to do was use the spring in the lower location to raise the Spiny all the way up. So for instance, we can go over here and we'll do a push. Oh, whoops, pushed it the wrong way. Huh. I stood a little too close to that and we did the swap, which is not what I want. Yeah, that was just an execution mistake. Oh, whoops, killed the Goomba once again. Let's make another run at this. That's gonna go up. Goomba's gonna come over. I feel like the thing that's going to be critical here is perhaps using a, not a stomp because this is too low a level, but I'm thinking about what we can do about those coins. Because I feel like a coin drop is going to happen at some point. Possibly, you know, I'm thinking about this ice block like it's signaling fire, but maybe it's even a case that the question block... actually, no, this is low budget puzzle. There's going to be a certain limit that's going on here, like possibly... we, kind of need to think about this at the meta level and think that, you know, as a low budget puzzle, the question block down below can only be so many things. Now, depending on a rule set, which I don't quite remember, because obviously if you're burying something in the question block, it's not going to be on the parts limit. Whoops, no, made a mistake here. Hang on, let's do it again. Let's let that jump. And let's come up. Okay, so, as before, we'll take this. It's dangerous to go alone. So we'll take the spring. Now, yeah, we're going to do the throw as before. Gonna be a little dangerous. But if you duck into it like that consistently, it will work. So let's not reset, because it's actually a little more powerful now to have access to both P and a spring, although the one thing I will not have access to is the big boot. That's the one thing that we're losing if we want to have both P and spring available, the way that I currently do. But I really do feel like using the P as a displacement tool is on the right track. It absolutely feels correct to do it. Having the spring available will perhaps allow me to move this further as well. Oh, nope. That's a problem. There we go. And potentially, we can move everything out now, too. Including the Goomba. There we go. Oh, there's going to be a problem. Okay, so we have access to Goomba now. If you reset with a P-switch, you can still do it, but you would need the extra step to get the spring again. Yeah. That makes sense. I feel like at this point you can actually use the spring to get the spiny. Let's move the P-switch. Yeah, I feel like what you're going to do is use the spiny to walk on top of the P-switch. Either that, or you wear the small boot to take damage on the other icicle. Or you even just guide the boot over to the other side and have it jump around. And well, there are a number of things you can do. I mean, if you move things in a certain way, you might be able to just move the spiny over bit by bit. This is interesting. Wonder if I can do something here, like with a trampoline throw. Whoop, let's not stand too close here. Yeah. You can totally do it this way. Not quite. Oh, now I'm trapped. Okay, that's not good. I actually should have just maybe used a P in conjunction with a spring and stacked it. Problem though is that if I do that, once the spiny is on top of the icicle, it will walk down here. I would probably need to block it somehow. Let's redo it. Ah, whoops. Yeah, once again, killed the Goomba. That's not good. Okay, let's do this. And then let's try it again. Nope. Let's do the stomp. Still have no idea whether an on-off interaction is even going to happen, or if the blue blocks are just markers. Yeah, no, there wouldn't be, because on-off switch actually does count towards budget as well, like in terms of the switching mechanism, so these are just markers for convenience, I'm sure. Anyway, let's do this. There's a little precision element here. Interesting that, yeah. I guess the boot comes over this way. P-switch would freeze the conveyor, and maybe that's important. I wonder if the lower conveyor is relevant to the P-switch at all. But I don't think it can be. It's almost like it's supposed to send something on top of P, but I don't know. Let's do the thing I did before, move this out. Not too far, so I do want to regain access to it. Okay, let's go back out this way. And then, yeah, now we have access to both items. Then we'll think about this. So I need to displace boot. Now, I'm thinking about where I want to place boot and where I want the boot to go. Because the boot can survive on a surface level for quite a while. Why would I want it? The small boot at this point is only really good for a damage boost, I think. Because it's not going to be able to stomp anything. And wearing it isn't really going to get me any kind of height that I actually want. So, let's try the P-switch displacement once again, just to get it going. And just to get back to the step that it was on previously. Like I was saying, I actually kind of wonder if the spiny is supposed to be bumped to the right side. Let's see if we can bump this somehow. Yeah, Goomba is going to go. Spiny by itself isn't going to go quite far enough. But in conjunction with the spring, maybe it will. I have to be fairly careful here not to trap myself on top of the spring like I did previously. Now what we can do, potentially, is use the... Whoop, too close. And, oh, B-Minutes is going to come in with a party of 8. Let's acknowledge that in a moment once we get the Spiny out of here. And the Spiny is going to walk successfully now. Let's give you all a big shout out. B-Minutes coming in from Mario Strikers. I hope that's been going well for you. Had a grand old time streaming that last week. Okay, so now we've managed to get the Spiny to walk. I feel like the Spiny was supposed to fall on a P-switch there, and that we just... or rather, we could have used a P-switch to block the Spiny so that it remains trapped around this area. And if we did, we would be able to reposition it further. However, one thing I'm able to do now is bump the Spiny so I can use it to hit the shell on the bottom. That seems to be the way to progress. Yes, yes. That actually feels very, very right. But then I have to be fairly quick about it. Yeah. That feels absolutely right. Nope. Hang on. Oh, now I'm in trouble. I messed that up. Okay. No, because I was trying to fire it forward, and I failed to do so. Because it woke up too soon. Okay, no, we'll restart. We'll try it again. Because B-Min is really good at that game. Okay. We'll have to have a match at some point, I'm sure. Especially with the league season starting up. I currently really don't have anybody in my kind of temporary one-man club. But of course the club system is designed so that people can kind of pool a roster and share it together. And so we'll see how the league seasons work, because I haven't quite decided what my approach will be to club play yet. Because if you just play it as one person, you only get to select one geared character, and you get basically 3 random selections with it, and it's still playable. But it's obviously not the spirit of the game as intended. What am I doing here? Oh yes, that's right. I need to hit the P switch. We will make the boot available here. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a fair bit of consolidation. One of the reasons I didn't really try to get into any other community clubs this early on is because, you know, you kind of have to see who's going to remain active in the game first. I have been playing a fair bit of Strikers off stream, though. That's been really the main thing I've been playing this week. Okay, let's hit this again as before. So I now know how to hit the question block down below. It is going to be with firing the spiny shell. We just need to be much more precise about doing it. And yeah, I actually did see you were playing Triangle Strategy before that, I think. I didn't know you switched to Strikers. I still, like I was saying, I still have to start Triangle Strategy. I still haven't decided whether I want to stream it, because I feel like it's a kind of too big a stream. It's too big a game for me to realistically stream in some ways. If I actually want to finish it, that's particularly because I tend to be a very slow tactics player, even slower than I am with Mario Maker puzzles. But yeah, I've been very eager to get into Triangle Strategy for some time. Once a week for 4 months, yeah, it seems like that kind of game. I was told to expect that sort of length then. And the thing I've found in the past with games like Fire Emblem, for instance, is that if everybody is reporting a particular playtime, I actually have to virtually double it for myself. Like I'm always astonished at how short people's already ridiculous Fire Emblem playtimes tend to be. And, okay, let's do this. We're going to have the shoe available, we're going to have the shell available as well. We're going to bump it. Execution-wise, this is a little bit tricky, but we'll do it. Shoe gets out of the way. And then we'll switch over to the spring. Let's try to get the shoe way out of the way, just to dump him on this side. Now let's do this. I feel like I'm supposed to use the P and the spring to bump this up as a stack, but this will... nope, we missed. Yeah, this is an unfortunate way to take an execution death in this puzzle, is that if you drop the spring in this location, you are just dead. And unfortunately, that's a ton of progress lost up to that point. The easier way is to use the P-switch and spring at the same time. Yeah, I was thinking that too. That you need to head bump the P-switch to kind of create a stack. I was thinking about doing it that way, and I probably should. And I'm glad I did manage to think about that independently before your hint came in. Even if I haven't shown it yet. Whoops. But no, I absolutely understand that. I think the reason I wasn't trying it that way was because I was still open to the possibility that I needed the P-switch in a different location. Whoops. you know, in case I needed to use the P as a blocking piece or something. But it seems like that's not the case. It seems like I just need to head bump the P with the spring overhead and use the stacking method to get everything in position. Whoops, there we go. And yeah, thanks for not spoiling that. I'm glad you have a kind of hands-off approach to seeing the playtest. I feel like I've been flowing through this one nicely. Like, the solution's been coming together piece by piece at a fairly steady pace. I haven't really felt stuck in this puzzle. It's more that I've been kind of evaluating my options and trying things out on each successive attempt. Which is nice. It's good to have a sense of progress, especially with a low-budget puzzle where very often it's easy to just get stuck in a blind spot forever, like I did with Taramis over the past few streams. Whoops. I missed a duck jump. Okay, yeah. A lot of room to die to execution mistakes on this one, of course, but we'll see if we can clean that up. Okay. And yeah, the spring throw and duck jump solution is an interesting one. I like it quite a bit. But it is one that, again, because it's tight enough on execution, I can see that people might kind of accidentally give up on it. And yeah, that's a good observation about it, is that when I do something that is correct, it really, really feels correct. Like, you know, the spiny shell becoming available and everything. So there's a kind of good feedback mechanism to doing the right thing. Whoops. Speaking of which, let's try to get this jump down. Here we go. Tricky, but we did it. And it can be done consistently, which is important. Yeah, I mean, mostly it's just that you're constrained to one screen, right? Like, I think it would be probably easier to deal with if you actually had just more headroom with the Goomba. But obviously, you know, since you're doing a one-screen puzzle, that's not a luxury you really have. Like, if you're kind of overlapping with the one tile of the spring, you're going to have to duck regardless, no matter how much room the Goomba has to jump. But it's less scary to jump into it, I guess, if you feel like you have a bit more headroom. Yeah, but it's okay. It's not going to make the puzzle substantially different. I think it works as is. Whoops. Yeah, this mid-air stomp is pretty interesting too, although you kind of have to understand that the stomp effect on the big shoe has 2 rows of range, at least. Actually, a little bit more than that from past experience. Whoops. Oh. Jumping out of water is always very tricky for me for some reason. As you can see, I don't make very good estimates of distance when I do that. So I feel like jumping out of this corner can be a little bit weird, as you can see. But again, you're tight enough on space that I don't know if that can be much improved. I've always found jumping out of water to be a little bit mechanically imprecise anyway, but that's possibly just me. Anyway, let's do it again. How did somebody get this in 8 seconds? That's got to be an exploit. That's not the intended solution, right? And yes, Sumik, it was in fact a B-minutes raid. Oh, that's why you made the path under, yeah. For patient people. Which I apparently am not. Whoops, like I was saying. Alright, sure, let's do it this way. Except I know I'm going to fall on top of the spring, and that actually doesn't really solve my problem. Oh, yeah, yes it does. Okay, let's do it this way. Yeah, a little bit more precision-oriented than usual for a puzzle. Not too much, but definitely something that gives you a tight space to work with. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. We've been on this step for a while. I'm just trying to get back to the spiny step, and I just haven't executed a good sequence up to this point. So yeah, we will try the... Oh shoot, that's a mistake. We'll try the object stack strategy. Let's just reset with the P, and then... It's okay, because I know how to get the Goomba. I think. Actually, no, this is kind of annoying. Let's just start over. Yeah, no, I see why this would not really be checkpoint friendly, because the progress depends on carrying items with you, and so... And of course, you know... Well, maybe. I'm thinking about it. But no, you're under the budget constraint. That's the main issue, in fact, is the budget constraint, I think. I feel like if you were not under the budget constraint, that designing it with a midpoint is probably not too difficult. But it's okay. It's not terribly long, I don't think. It's just that there are a lot of things you could potentially die to. Mostly just the weirdness of this little corner here. But that's just the nature of the thing. Whoops. We had swapped a frozen coin for an on-off block and a question block for an on-off switch. Maybe. Mario Maker 3, now with the extra budget microtransaction. Yeah, pretty much. It's funny though, because I think, to a certain extent, you know, in spite of how tight the item budgets are, they are what also make things like entity trickery possible. Like the nightmare scenario, as I've described in the past, is if Nintendo actually massively expands entity budget without expanding the buildable space. Such that you don't have enough room to, you know, place one-way panels and so on to do overloading. So, like, you can kind of imagine that if Nintendo does a big redesign of the engine for Mario Maker 3, they would just sort of accidentally break entity overloading or something similarly dramatic without having thought about it thoroughly. On the other hand, the way entity management and memory management are designed in this game seem to indicate to me that, like, it is intended behavior, right? Like, it's behavior that they have thought about and kept between one game and the next, even if they changed a few things about what counts as global ground and so on, and how to keep objects loaded. And that you know, the fact that spawners actually stop and can be reactivated, and that these behaviors are pretty systematic. Makes me think that, you know, it is something that engineers have thought about, but what I don't know is whether it's something that Nintendo would particularly value keeping, right? Where, like, if they think, oh, everybody's asking for more budget, let's just give them more budget, and they do it at the expense of breaking entity limits. You could totally imagine that happening, right? And everybody kind of not even finding out about it until the game comes out. In the same way that a lot of behaviors from Maker 1 that people valued didn't make a comeback here, and also were kind of unknown to us until the last minute. Given that you spaghettied the final step, yeah. I feel like I'm well on the way to doing that myself. Not that we're close to the final step necessarily, but the fact that getting the spiny shell to interact with the block is something that I've spotted now. It does make things a little bit clearer. I want to maybe place this in the middle section here. Nope, I've messed this up. Yeah, execution-wise, this is a little bit tricky, but hang on. Hang on. Just don't have a lot of room to be manipulating this. I don't want to accidentally step on a P-switch either. Nope. Oh, hey, that works. Yeah, stack it the other way. Why not? That makes so much more sense. Like, why didn't I just stack it the sensible way? Because doing the sensible thing is not what we do on this stream. I'm going to let the shell come out, and I'm going to try to bounce it to the left just to save a little bit of time for the swim. You know what? Never mind. Never mind. Just drop it back here. Okay, okay. That nearly killed me. Thankfully it didn't. So, I think I need to hit the P-switch in order to slow down the conveyor. But if I hit the P-switch, I potentially have a problem here with not being able to access this a second time. Unless it is a POW. I was assuming it's fire, but if it's a POW, then that does a coin drop for me. And maybe that solves a problem. But I feel like I actually do need a P-switch activation here. What if I do a remote activation by dropping the P-switch on top of the conveyor and letting the Goomba stomp on it? No, it missed. Not gonna be it. Not. Oh, whoops. No, the Goomba doesn't activate it anyway. I didn't think so. Small shoe's not gonna do it. Can I stomp this thing again? Hang on. Yeah, it seems like the spaghetti potential is actually pretty high here. So activating the P-switch allows me to hit the question block. We need to go ahead and do that. But now the Goomba is in a very threatening position. Hang on. I don't know if I need the Goomba alive, actually. So, maybe if I don't need it alive, I just kill it now and take the boot. And then that'll at least... Oh, let's see what's in the shell. Let's see what's... Oh, you know what? I don't get to see what's in the shell, because... I messed it up again. Okay. The conveyor belt is not a problem. The fact that it's a one-tile gap is the problem. So speaking of spaghetti on a late step, let me think about this, because if I have the shell available to me here, what would I possibly want to do with a shell if not hit the question block? I thought it was clearly supposed to be hitting the question block, but then the conveyor sends it over. P-switch does not do anything because the moving shell is still going to be going back and forth across a one-tile gap. The thing that has to happen there then is what? I need to think about this. What can I do with a shell? I can send it sideways to hit the question block. One thing that I can think of is if I take damage with the boot and then hold the shell and then hit this from the side while I have invincibility frames. That seems extremely finicky. So the idea that I'm having here is that I use the boot, I take damage on the icicle, I stomp the shell, I use the shell manually in the spot below the icicle to hit this. I don't like that at all, to be honest. I feel like it's doable, but that it's not going to be fun. Or at least has a very high potential of breaking. I feel like it's not going to be it, but it does look like it's one possible way to hit the question block though, right? Because currently the only way that I've discovered for hitting the question block is through a shell throw from the side. That's the only thing that actually works there by the looks of it. And so if I can do it that way, yeah, it's possible, but it's quite spaghetti. And the thing is, I'm not seeing the easier way. It might actually be that I just need to block this location with a P-switch. Like, I drop the P-switch on top of this, and then maybe I'm able to trap the shell and have it deflect down to the lower position. Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to go back and experiment with that because I'm not really satisfied with my approach to that block right now. Let's see here. Okay. Let's get this in position first. And let's go up. Okay. So yeah, now we'll try to do things a sensible way by doing... no, that's not it. Hang on. I know I don't necessarily need to start over, I can take the P through the pipe, but I don't really want to map out getting the spring the second time when I do need time on the clock. If I can. Maybe I'm missing something obvious about the way I can reset with the P-switch. But let's try to do things the familiar way instead. Nope, late. It's actually mostly this pipe here on the left that is just a massive pain, like this bottom block, which constrains everything quite tightly. Like, just the lowermost block here, like this little tip here, causes all kinds of problems, but we'll try to do it. Okay. Let's try this again. Then looks so dangerous. We'll drop it here. And then go back to where we were. I'm still thinking about this apparent 8-second method. That's gotta be abusing some kind of collision with the P-switch. Like some extreme edge case that I'm not seeing myself. Anyway, let's do this. And let's do the push. Anyway, let's do this now. Okay. So, let's do some placement in advance, perhaps. Because the idea is that I need to create some kind of blocking piece that will allow the deflection to kind of load. Yeah, no, the issue is that if I just place something here, I think the shell is just going to bounce back and forth indefinitely in that position. I don't think that's going to get me what I want. Anyway, let's let the spiny go back down. And let's actually pre-place the P just in case. Just in case this works out. I don't think it will, but... Oh yeah, no, it's gonna get trapped on the wrong side, in fact, if I do it that way. Let's try it again. Yeah, no, the donut block is actually a problem here. I don't want to spend too much time getting trapped on a donut block. So I actually want to drop the donut first. Then hit this. Oh, I got trapped in a donut anyway, so never mind. Whoop, there we go. Almost got hit by that again. P-switch freezing it there does not do much. And I got stomped, okay. Yeah, it's a very interesting series of interactions, but it is very sensitive to dying to execution errors when you get near the end. I mean, I guess I'm like that about every puzzle, though. I spend more time dying to execution than I actually do on puzzle solving. And for the most part, you know, the solutions themselves progress very nicely here. So let's do this. Okay, let's do this. If I don't know that I need the Goomba shoe, maybe it's better if I just take it out completely. I feel like I might need it, though, as a secondary piece. At the end, it's just that it jumps around in locations that track my position. I don't really have a safe place to dump the Goomba at that moment, so let's see if we can do this again. Okay, let's try it again. Like if I could maybe dump the Goomba on the left side or something. Unless there's something I need it for. Walk it position. Hang on. And now that's a problem because I think now it's trapped. Oh no, it's not. Let's not trap myself. There we go. Yeah, I did say before to do something to hit the question block. Yes, I was talking about using the invincibility frame from the boot. And I was also considering placing the P-block here, but the thing is I'd have to place it after I send the shell down, not before. You were telling me there's an easier way to do it, and... First of all, I need to get a better method to do this release that doesn't require almost hitting myself, I think. There we go. So let's try it my way. So what I'm going to do is we're going to step on this. Oh no, the boot kills it completely. Yeah, no, let's remember that. Yeah, I said something about placing a P-switch here. And if I do so, I'd have to stop the shell first, I think. Or maybe not. The issue is that it would be timing sensitive to try to place it there, especially because I'm trying to drop an object while I'm also swimming underwater, right? Let's see if I can do the kind of partial reset with a P and see what I'm looking at positionally. Interestingly enough, I would regain access to the big boot. Which might be interesting, actually. Because I haven't actually considered, at this point, doing the full reset with the P. Oh, nope. Never mind. Okay. There we go. Don't spoil it yet, I would say. I'm still considering options there, even though I'm likely to die a lot while I'm trying to find a good method for doing it. I think I'll find it, it's just that it's very hard to do it while doing a graceful reset. Oh yeah, no, I want the spring. There we go. Okay. Let's do this again. Oops. Lower this guy. Now, hopefully I can actually stay long enough today to finish this. Because I am running a bit longer than I expected for this stream. And that's what happens when you do puzzles. You never know how long it will be, so that's expected. Anyway, we'll try to do this again. Well, this time not accidentally kill the shell with the boot. Nope, that's a problem. That's a big problem, in fact. Now I'm trapped on the wrong side of the P-switch. I hope I didn't need that. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, just a lot of little risk factors here as we try to muck about in the water. I'm not one of the people who just resents all water levels or anything like that, but definitely there is a lot of room for error when it comes to the swimming mechanics in Mario in general. And leads to a lot of spaghetti, and that spaghetti is soaked. So, let's try it again. I could have grabbed the P-switch again. Yeah. I realized that. Would make the swimming a lot smoother, for sure. Yeah, no, because the P-switch was trapped for a while. Let's redo this. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I even needed it, but I'm not sure about that, so let's redo this again. And let's pay attention this time and drop the P down the right side, as we've been doing. Okay, there we go. And yeah, let's just drop everything here. That's probably a bad idea. That's okay. Yeah, I guess it's more that object handling underwater can be a little bit strange because of the way that you're holding down to do a soft release, but at the same time, holding down kind of affects your navigation as well. But anyway, it should be correct. I'll just try to get in position here and not create too many problems. Nope. Creating too many problems. Because we're not accidentally activating a P or anything like that. Nope. There we go. Much too difficult. Okay, I don't like the look of that Goomba up top, but that's okay. We'll just try not to jump towards it. Oh, and it's going to be carted to the right side, which I need to be aware of. Okay, we'll throw it. Now let's see if we know how to constrain it. That's not what I wanted. Okay. That's not really what I expected. That you would... Well, I mean, I'd forgotten about that particular underwater or low gravity interaction with the spiny doing its own little bump. Not what I was looking for. At least I can get back there somewhat smoothly. It doesn't take a lot of steps, it's just that you eventually get to the point where the steps seem notably fussier. Oops. There we go. Feels like I haven't progressed in quite a while, actually, just given that we've been taking so many deaths that just getting the spiny into position. I haven't really tried very much with it that's intentional. Anyway, let's do this. Like, imagine if you were just doing chess puzzles or something, and you saw the right solution for like a mate in 4 or something, and involved moving the knight, and you try to move the knight, and then the game says, "Whoops, sorry, the horse bit you in the face." That's Mario Maker. Whoops. Well, we got that guy out of there, at least. Let's see if we can do anything with a spiny here. I can't, because... Oh, no, yes I can. It's just that I hit swim one too many times, and that's what happens. As I was trying to get into position. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't actually been able to do the step with the spiny in a while because it has been causing so much damage. Certified jank moment. Yeah, no, it's possible to grab the P-switch. It's just that I overcompensated for it when I finally did get it, and swam right past it. Okay, let's do this. And let's try it again. See, when I reset like this, it feels like such a short puzzle, right? It's only a few steps to get back to this P. It seems like I've been on this specific step for ages just because the stacking maneuver is so finicky to set up. And that's not even accounting for the fact that I haven't really solved this step yet. I have I've been moving everything up so I have pieces to play with, but in terms of the actual interaction to get the question block up and running, we're still relatively far away. Hang on. There we go. Yay. What are we going to die to this time? Let's see. I wonder if I should be doing a shell throw there, or I think I have to, because otherwise, if it gets back into the swimming shell form, I can't get it back out. Unless I bump it all the way to the right side, which probably not happen. I may want to actually stop the shell. This is bad, actually. This is going to go quite poorly. Okay. Nope. Swimming mechanics once again. You can place the spring and just throwing the piece, which, yeah, no, when you just have an overlap on a single tile like that, that was not really clear to me. In spite of having solved a lot of puzzles that use overlaps like that, I can never really remember the order. Yeah. Place the spring and just throw the piece, which, yeah. That makes sense. I think I was so accustomed to doing the head bump with the P-switch that was just becoming a habit. And I didn't really step back to think about that. Oh. It's a very threatening bit of headroom here. Let's see. Can we do it? Can we do it? Let's take a look. Alright, now let's actually do this. Yeah, no, the thing that was throwing me off probably was also that I was using the P as the pushing piece. We still have a lot to do after this step here. So yeah, let's place this. And then place the P. Nope. And then place the P. Yeah, the thing is, underwater, the forward throws never really feel comfortable. Because I don't have much control. Okay, we need to think about this step, because I have not yet successfully managed to dunk the shell in that lower area. I did come up with one way to do it earlier that I actually have not managed to execute yet. Which is to use the boot to take damage. But the problem is I can't use the boot to step on that. And invincibility frames are going to be a little bit tight in terms of time, which is an issue. Because I don't want to just die to an icicle at the very end. I feel like maybe I should have just dropped something in that slot there. Like just thrown something towards the conveyor belt slot. Except the conveyor belt would have sent it back down. I didn't forget what I said earlier. I explored two possibilities. Either A, drop the P-switch in this location and trap the shell, or B, use invincibility frames from the boot. Keep forgetting it's going to track me. You know what? I might just remove the boot. Because if I don't know that I need it, it's actually just in the way right now. If it turns out I need the boot, then we'll do something with it. But right now it's just causing too many complications. And... let's see here. Like, if I maybe drop the P-switch here, and then swim with the shell over here, and then let it go facing this way. But the thing is, the shell is likely to wake up by then. Because it usually already wakes up by the time I get to this location here. And I just don't have a lot of time to work with. But maybe if I place the P in advance, the shell actually deflects high enough that it will go over to the left side. We'll see. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's a less hazardous way to implement the late stages of this. It's a good series of interactions, it's just that the risk of death is extremely high. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Let's do something here without getting trapped. Nope. Oh, same problem as before. Let's try not to over swim into it. Let's wait until the spiny shell goes up a little bit. Okay, great. Better. That should be cleaner. Now, I did say earlier that I would remove the boot, right? Yeah, especially once the boot comes over to this side, it's going to be a problem. Let's see. What if we drop P over here? No, not enough of a slot for a shell to travel. No, let's do it again. It's going to wake up. Okay, better. Well, that's interesting because now it's slowed down on the end. At the end of that deflection. That's very curious. But it's not doing what I wanted to do. And if I hit the P switch... Well, let's see what happens if I... No, if I hit the P switch, that's an issue because I lose the P switch for the rest of this, but... Nope. Oh my goodness. Well, that's an issue. let me think about this, because I'm honestly beginning to think that the extremely high risk invincibility frame method might honestly be a better approach, even though it's likely to lead to even more resets like this one. Because I've died so many times to the shell at this point, and to the boot. I don't know, maybe the intended solution when I see it is supposed to be much cleaner than what I'm doing here and doesn't require so much risk of death, but anyway, thank you for the cheers, B-minutes. I feel like we haven't quite earned that yet, but we'll get there. Whoops. Yeah, you gotta go to bed? Well, I will see you around. And yeah, I hope to catch you playing some Strikers at some point, among other things. What was I doing here? Ah, yes. Need to grab the trampoline. Reset. I feel like I've been dying on this last shell for about an hour straight now. And we're no closer to figuring out how to position it. Because it turns out the deflections do manage to slow it down on the belt, but not enough that it's going down to hit the question block. Anyway. And stopping the conveyor with a P-switch does not appear to be doing the trick either. One reason that I also wish we still had amiibo costumes is because then you would have a damage buffer. Yeah, it would break some things like the damage boosting perhaps, but a damage buffer that doesn't at least break things that require you to be one tile high. Because I feel like, I mean, obviously not all puzzle interactions are going to work with this, especially when there are damage checks like the icicles. And there are certain mechanics that just won't work the same way, but in general, if you had some kind of damage protection that doesn't break the puzzle, that would be great. Or rather, if Nintendo gave us some kind of damage protection that doesn't break the puzzle. Because it feels like there's just such a high likelihood of getting hit. Anyway, we previously placed the P-switch here. I'm trying to consider what I was talking about with the damage boost from the boot. But of course, I would need to keep the boot alive after killing the Goomba, while also managing to shell at the same time. I don't know if I would want to do that necessarily. I feel like I'll need to approach the boot from up top to kind of capture it properly. So we need to not kill the shell. It's going to require me to come down here. And then perhaps, yes, what if we hit this? And then, well, yeah, we'll let it go this time. But if I hit this, you get out, you swim up. Oh, and then I don't actually get to recover the boot, do I? So never mind that. Need to drop the boot in a much better location. That's okay, well, at least we'll do this without dealing with that shell. So what if we place this kind of dead center, which I had previously failed to do? I think it still runs into the same problem, which is... it's going to go over, but it's not actually... oh, it'll hit. Okay, finally, we got it. We just needed to be absolutely precise, and let's not die to the fire now. Okay, so now grabbing the coin allows me to go directly after the next reset up to the trampoline. So it works as kind of a bit of a save, perhaps. Except I don't see how that's going to allow me to progress unless the idea is that I respawn the big boot and I get the big boot to fall on top of the P remotely. You just throw from the top. What do you mean throw from the top? Like here? I don't see it. Yeah, no, unfortunately, like, I'm not a very good guesser when it comes to that kind of interaction. Now, I probably want to respawn a big boot and have the big boot fall on top of the P. That's what I'm guessing, now that we've eradicated one coin. Sure, you could throw it from the top where the conveyor is. Oh! Throw it from up here. Okay, no, I had no idea. Well, okay, no, I wouldn't have been able to calculate the deflection as being correct, I think. I think what we need to do now, though, is to do the same kind of interaction. And so eventually I want to park here and have the big boot fall on top of the P. In order to do that, I think I need to do the same kind of interaction as before with this guy. Maybe. Or I place this and I try to throw the P on top of it. 70 seconds to figure this out. So for example, let's say I do this. And I get up here. And then we stand in the middle and throw the P switch this way. Nope. Hang on. Nope. Still no. 30 seconds. There we go. That took much too long. The puzzle itself is great. I think that things like the shell handling and the shell deflection, and particularly some of the things like the boot movement at the end, are a little bit fuzzy. In that it's a pretty big reset to die to the shell, and the thing is, you know, for the most part, I'm not going to be able to guess how the shell goes. I think one of the issues there was that I saw very, very early on, like one of the first things I thought about was placing the P-switch in the location that would allow the shell deflection to work. And if it's even slightly off-center, it doesn't work. So it was very easy to give up on that early. Because it seemed like you needed to do something extremely precise. The same is kind of true of the duck jump as well, but a duck jump at least seems very clearly like the right thing to do, if you understand that it works. So anyway, like, I don't know if you're still working on this one or whatever, but that might be a consideration to keep in mind. In general, I thought it was, in terms of the actual puzzle solving aspect of it, I thought it was very satisfying and I liked it. But obviously, even solving the idea of placing the P-switch very early on didn't help me that much, because in most cases I wouldn't even be able to get that far without taking a death. And partly that's obviously my fault as the player, but partly that's because it is something that kind of becomes a higher risk puzzle the further you go. Anyway, thank you for that. That is all I will have time for today. Doyler and Meti, I'm glad you actually managed to catch me once, even when we weren't running a formal queue. Viewer levels should be back tomorrow. After that, I will have a schedule change for a couple of weeks. I'll be actually moving likely to my old time, which is even later than I tend to run now. So it'll be more convenient for the EU morning people and less convenient for the NA night people, but we'll announce more about that as we go on the Discord or elsewhere. So yeah, thanks for the submissions today. Good luck to those of you who are participating in Low Budget Puzzle. Always my pleasure to playtest these things, even if I don't necessarily see the easy things as quickly as you might expect. We'll send you on to somebody else very shortly, and as always, thanks for watching, take care of yourselves, have an excellent time making and playing as you always do, and above all, fare thee well.